Welcome, wanderers of the restless night, to the chronicle of absolute malevolence incarnate. Tonight, we delve into the complete existence of Ryomen Sukuna, the king of curses whose very name has echoed through 1,000 years of terror and reverence. This is the story of primordial evil given form, of power so vast it transcended death itself to haunt generations yet unborn. So settle into the darkness, let your breathing slow to match the rhythm of ancient cursed energy that still pulses through forgotten bloodlines, and allow yourself to drift as we trace every moment of a being who chose dominion over connection, destruction over creation. Close your eyes when you're ready, and let the infinite void of sleep embrace you as we begin our journey through the blessed and cursed existence of the strongest curse who ever walked among mortals. The winter of the 10th century descended upon Japan with unusual cruelty, its bitter winds carrying whispers of transformation that would reshape the very foundations of the Jujutsu world for millennia to come. In a remote village nestled among the mountains of what would later become known as the heartland of cursed energy, a woman heavy with child struggled against starvation that had already claimed her husband and elder children. The Heian period, though remembered as a golden age of culture and refinement, was also an era when the supernatural walked openly among mortals, when cursed spirits manifested with such frequency that entire bloodlines had emerged to combat their malevolent influence. The woman's pregnancy was marked by omens that the village elders whispered about in hushed tones, portents that spoke of something unprecedented gestating within her womb. Animals fled the vicinity of her dwelling without apparent cause, their instincts recognizing a wrongness that human perception could not yet grasp. The rice crops surrounding her home withered despite adequate rainfall, as if the very earth recoiled from proximity to what she carried. Most disturbing of all were the reports from the few brave souls who ventured near her dwelling after nightfall, claiming to hear two distinct heartbeats emanating from within her body, synchronized yet somehow competing with each other for dominance. The birth, when it finally came, was attended only by a midwife whose courage exceeded her wisdom, a woman whose understanding of the supernatural had been honed through decades of delivering children whose cursed energy manifested before their first breath. What she witnessed in that candlelit room challenged every assumption she had developed about the nature of human potential and the boundaries that separated the living from forces that existed beyond normal comprehension. The labor was prolonged and agonizing, accompanied by phenomena that transformed the humble dwelling into something approaching a nexus of supernatural power. As the contractions intensified, the very air around the birthing woman began to shimmer with distortions that suggested space itself was being warped by the emergence of whatever consciousness was preparing to enter the world. The wooden beams of the house groaned under pressures that had no physical source, while shadows moved in patterns that defied the flickering candlelight that should have governed their behavior. Most unnervingly, the midwife began to perceive cursed energy signatures that exceeded anything she had encountered during her career, attending the births of children from the most powerful sorcerer families. The infant who emerged from this supernatural crucible was beautiful in the way that natural disasters possess terrible magnificence, his features perfectly formed, yet somehow suggesting depths of malevolence that no newborn should have been capable of harboring. His eyes, when they opened for the first time, held intelligence that transcended normal human development, awareness that spoke of consciousness far older and more sophisticated than his moments of existence should have allowed. But it was the discovery of what he had consumed within the womb that truly revealed the nature of what had been born into the world. The remains of his twin brother, partially absorbed during their shared gestation, were discovered intertwined with his perfectly formed body, in ways that suggested not random developmental accident but conscious predation that had occurred before either consciousness should have achieved the complexity necessary for such deliberate action. The stronger twin had systematically consumed the weaker, not through biological necessity, but through an expression of will that demonstrated his fundamental understanding of power dynamics from the very moment of conception. The midwife's attempts to separate the absorbed remains from the living child proved futile, the tissue having been integrated so thoroughly that removal would have proven fatal to both entities. What she witnessed was not mere biological anomaly, but the first expression of a philosophy that would define the creature's entire existence. The absolute conviction that strength had not merely the right but the obligation to consume weakness whenever such consumption would result in increased personal power. The village's response to the birth was swift and decisive, reflecting centuries of accumulated wisdom about how to respond when the supernatural manifested in forms that posed existential threats to human communities. The elders who examined the child understood immediately that they were confronting something that transcended normal categories of cursed energy manipulation, a being whose very existence challenged the carefully maintained balance between the world of sorcerers and ordinary human society. The discussions that raged through the night following his birth were conducted with the gravity appropriate to decisions that would affect not just their immediate community, but potentially the entire structure of Japanese civilization. Some argued for immediate elimination, understanding that allowing such a creature to develop would inevitably result in catastrophic consequences for everyone within the reach of his eventual power. Others, perhaps influenced by the child's deceptively innocent appearance, advocated for attempts at guidance and control that might channel his obvious potential toward constructive purposes. But it was the oldest among the village elders, a woman whose understanding of cursed energy had been developed through direct experience with the most malevolent entities of her era, who recognized the futility of either approach. She understood that the consciousness that gazed back at them from those infant eyes was not something that could be destroyed through conventional means or controlled through normal methods of education and socialization. What they had witnessed was the emergence of something that existed beyond human authority, a force that would follow its own nature, regardless of external attempts at influence. The decision to abandon the child was reached through the kind of desperate pragmatism that characterized human responses to supernatural threats that exceeded their capacity to address through direct confrontation. The hope, never explicitly articulated but understood by all participants, was that exposure to natural elements might accomplish what human intervention could not, that the winter cold might eliminate a threat before it could fully manifest its potential for destruction. But the infant who would become known as Ryomen Sukuna possessed resilience that matched his malevolent potential, surviving exposure that should have proven fatal, while beginning the process of development that would transform him from threatening newborn into the most feared entity in the history of Jujutsu sorcery. The cursed energy that radiated from his small form provided protection against environmental dangers, while simultaneously beginning to attract the attention of entities that recognized the emergence of something that might reshape the supernatural landscape of their world. The early months of his existence were characterized by a form of solitary development that differed fundamentally from normal human maturation, his consciousness expanding along trajectories that bore no resemblance to the gradual accumulation of knowledge and understanding that defined ordinary childhood. His awareness seemed to emerge fully formed, as if he possessed access to insights and capabilities that had been inherited from sources beyond his immediate experience. The techniques that he began to manifest during this period were unlike anything that contemporary sorcerers had documented in their careful studies of cursed energy manipulation. His spatial manipulation abilities operated on principles that seemed to violate basic assumptions about the relationship between intention and effect, allowing him to achieve results that should have required decades of training and theoretical study. Most disturbing was his apparent understanding of concepts that transcended normal Jujutsu theory, insights into the fundamental nature of cursed energy that suggested access to knowledge that had never been formally transmitted through traditional educational methods. The first humans who encountered him during his early development reported experiences that challenged their basic assumptions about the nature of consciousness and the boundaries that separated individual minds from external reality. His presence seemed to create psychological effects that went beyond mere intimidation or fear, inducing states of awareness that revealed aspects of their own nature that they had never consciously acknowledged. Some reported feeling as if their deepest thoughts and motivations were being examined and catalogued by an intelligence that found human psychology both fascinating and contemptible. But it was his relationship with the natural world that provided the clearest indication of what he was becoming during these formative months. Animals fled his presence with instinctive terror that transcended learned responses to human threats, their primitive consciousness recognizing something that posed dangers to the very concept of life itself. Plants wilted in his immediate vicinity, not from any conscious malevolence on his part, but from exposure to cursed energy that was fundamentally incompatible with normal biological processes. The cursed spirits that began to manifest in increasing numbers around his location were unlike any that previous generations of sorcerers had encountered. Entities whose malevolence was amplified and refined by proximity to his developing consciousness. These creatures served as both protectors and extensions of his will, defending him from potential threats, while providing him with opportunities to experiment with techniques that would eventually become the foundation of his legendary combat capabilities. The winter that had been intended as his executioner instead became his first teacher, its harsh conditions forcing adaptations that accelerated his development beyond anything that sheltered upbringing could have provided. He learned to manipulate his environment through applications of cursed energy that transcended normal human limitations, creating zones of warmth and safety that operated according to principles he seemed to understand intuitively rather than through formal instruction. The philosophical framework that would eventually define his approach to power and relationships was already beginning to emerge during this period of isolation, shaped by experiences that reinforced his conviction that individual strength was the only reliable foundation for existence in a world where weakness was inevitably consumed by forces beyond its capacity to resist. The absence of human connection during these crucial developmental months eliminated any possibility that he might learn to value cooperation or mutual support, instead fostering a worldview that recognized only predator and prey, consumer and consumed. The spring that marked the end of his first winter brought with it the arrival of the first humans who would attempt to study and understand what he had become during his months of solitary development. These were not ordinary villagers, but sorcerers from established families who had heard reports of unprecedented cursed energy manifestations and had come to investigate phenomena that might represent either opportunity or threat to their carefully maintained social order. What they discovered challenged every assumption they had developed about the nature of human potential and the boundaries that constrained the development of cursed energy manipulation abilities. The child they encountered possessed not just exceptional power, but understanding of Jujutsu principles that exceeded their own, despite his complete lack of formal training or exposure to traditional educational methods. His techniques operated with precision and effectiveness that suggested mastery typically achieved only through decades of disciplined practice combined with theoretical study. But more disturbing than his technical capabilities was the consciousness that directed their application, an intelligence that viewed the visiting sorcerers not as potential allies or teachers, but as resources whose value could be measured entirely in terms of what their elimination might contribute to his own development. The conversations that passed between them were conducted with polite formality that barely concealed contempt for limitations that he had already transcended despite his apparent youth. The sorcerers who survived these initial encounters returned to their respective communities with reports that would reshape the strategic priorities of every major family and institution within the Jujutsu world. What they described was not simply another talented individual who might be recruited or controlled through normal methods, but the emergence of something that threatened to render obsolete every existing power structure and hierarchy that had been carefully constructed over previous centuries. The name that began to circulate among sorcerer communities during this period reflected both his dual nature and the impossibility of categorizing him according to normal human classifications. Ryomen Sukuna, the two-faced spectre, acknowledged both his physical absorption of his twin and the philosophical duality that characterized his relationship with concepts like mercy and cruelty, protection and destruction, creation and annihilation. But names were inadequate containers for the reality of what he was becoming as he approached the full expression of his potential during the final years of the 10th century. The techniques that he continued to develop transcended normal categories of jujutsu application, achieving effects that seemed to operate according to principles that existed beyond conventional understanding of how cursed energy could be manipulated through human will and intention. The isolation that had shaped his early development began to end as he attracted the attention of entities whose own power and understanding qualified them to serve as allies rather than merely resources to be consumed. But even these relationships were founded on recognition of hierarchy rather than genuine connection, associations that acknowledged his superiority while providing him with tools and information that could enhance his already overwhelming capabilities. The stage was being set for his emergence into the broader world of Heian period Japan, where his presence would catalyze changes that would define the relationship between human civilization and supernatural forces for generations yet unborn. The golden age of Jujutsu sorcery, with its sophisticated techniques and powerful practitioners, would soon discover that their accumulated wisdom and carefully honed abilities were inadequate preparation for confronting someone who embodied malevolence itself, given perfect expression through human form. The King of Curses was preparing to claim his throne, and the world would never recover from the coronation that was to follow. The dawn of the 11th century found Japan transformed into a theater where the impossible had become routine, where legends walked among mortals with the casual confidence of gods surveying their dominion. The young entity who had emerged from winter's crucible now stood at the threshold of manhood, his consciousness having evolved beyond the constraints that limited ordinary human understanding, while his body had achieved physical perfection that served as vessel for malevolence, refined to its purest essence. The reports that filtered through sorcerer communities spoke of someone whose very existence challenged the fundamental assumptions upon which their world had been constructed. A being who wielded power not as a tool to be mastered, but as an extension of will that brooked no resistance or compromise. The golden age of Jujutsu sorcery had reached its zenith during this period, producing practitioners whose techniques approached artistic perfection, while their understanding of cursed energy manipulation transcended anything that previous generations had achieved. These were not mere warriors or scholars, but individuals who had dedicated their entire existence to pushing the boundaries of human potential, creating methods and philosophies that would influence the development of supernatural combat for centuries beyond their individual lifespans. Their schools and traditions represented the accumulated wisdom of bloodlines that had been refining their approaches to power for generations, each family contributing unique insights that enriched the collective understanding of what was possible when human consciousness encountered forces that existed beyond normal comprehension. But it was precisely this sophistication and confidence that made them unprepared for someone who operated according to principles that rendered their accumulated expertise irrelevant. Sukuna approached combat not as a contest between equals testing their respective mastery, but as a natural force encountering obstacles that required elimination rather than careful consideration. His techniques bore no resemblance to the elegant forms and theoretical frameworks that defined contemporary Jujutsu practice, instead manifesting as expressions of pure will that achieved results through methods that seemed to violate basic assumptions about how cursed energy could be manipulated through human intention. The first recorded encounter between Sukuna and a representative of the Golden Age occurred on a mountain path that had been sacred to local sorcerers for over 2 centuries, a location where the boundary between the physical and spiritual worlds had been worn thin through decades of ritual practice and meditation. Master Fujiwara no Yoshimune, whose family had served as guardians of the mountain's spiritual ecology for 7 generations, approached the meeting with the confidence of someone whose authority had never been seriously challenged by anyone possessing adequate understanding of proper hierarchical relationships. The conversation that preceded their battle was conducted with the formal courtesy that characterized interactions between individuals whose social positions required acknowledgement of mutual dignity, despite underlying tensions that might eventually require resolution through more direct means. Yoshimune's initial assessment of the young man who faced him was influenced by expectations that had been shaped through decades of encounters with talented individuals whose rebellious attitudes typically masked conventional ambitions for recognition and advancement within existing power structures. But Sukuna's responses to the traditional challenges and philosophical inquiries that Yoshimune employed to evaluate potential opponents revealed someone whose consciousness operated according to frameworks that bore no relationship to normal human psychology or social understanding. His acknowledgement of Yoshimune's reputation and accomplishments was delivered with the kind of detached interest that a scholar might display when examining historical artifacts whose significance was purely academic rather than personally meaningful. The technique that Sukuna employed to end their encounter was unlike anything that Yoshimune had encountered during his extensive study of both traditional and innovative approaches to cursed energy manipulation. The spatial distortion that preceded the attack seemed to bend reality itself around his position, creating effects that suggested mastery of principles that existed beyond normal categories of Jujutsu application. The cutting technique that followed operated with precision that transcended physical limitations, severing not just flesh and bone, but the very concept of structural integrity that maintained Yoshimune's existence as a coherent entity. What remained after the technique's completion was not merely a corpse, but evidence of power that could edit reality itself according to the wielder's intentions, eliminating not just life, but the philosophical foundations that had given that life meaning and purpose. The mountain path that had witnessed centuries of spiritual practice was transformed into something approaching a memorial to the inadequacy of traditional approaches when confronted with force that transcended every boundary that previous generations had established to contain and channel supernatural power. The news of Yoshimune's elimination spread through sorcerer communities with the speed and impact of wildfire, transforming abstract reports of unusual cursed energy manifestations into concrete understanding that something unprecedented had emerged to challenge the carefully maintained stability of their world. The technique that had been employed was analyzed by theoretical experts whose understanding of spatial manipulation exceeded that of most active practitioners. But their conclusions only served to deepen the sense of crisis that was beginning to permeate every level of Jujutsu society. The cutting technique that witnesses described operated according to principles that seemed to violate fundamental laws governing how cursed energy could be shaped and directed through human consciousness. Traditional approaches required careful preparation and precise timing to achieve effects that were limited by both the practitioner's technical mastery and their theoretical understanding of underlying mechanisms. But Sukuna's technique appeared to bypass these constraints entirely, achieving results through what could only be described as direct manipulation of reality itself rather than clever exploitation of natural phenomena. The response that emerged from the collective deliberations of the most powerful families and institutions was unprecedented in its scope and coordination, representing the first time in recorded history that traditional rivals had set aside their competitive differences to address a threat that exceeded any individual organization's capacity to handle independently. Resources that had been carefully hoarded for centuries were committed to intelligence gathering and strategic planning that aimed to understand not just Sukuna's techniques, but the consciousness that directed their application. But even as these preparations proceeded with methodical thoroughness that reflected the accumulated organizational wisdom of generations, encounters between Sukuna and individual sorcerers continued to occur with increasing frequency, as his reputation attracted challenges from practitioners who believed their unique abilities or innovative approaches might succeed where conventional methods had proven inadequate. Each of these confrontations provided additional data about his capabilities, while simultaneously reducing the number of qualified individuals available to participate in whatever coordinated response might eventually be organized. The elimination of Master Tachibana no Sadayoshi, whose mastery of barrier techniques had been legendary throughout the central provinces, demonstrated Sukuna's ability to overcome defensive strategies that had been refined through centuries of theoretical development and practical application. The multiple layers of protection that Sadayoshi deployed represented the pinnacle of contemporary understanding about how cursed energy could be structured to create zones of safety that would resist even the most sophisticated attacks. But Sukuna's approach to barrier penetration revealed understanding of structural vulnerabilities that transcended normal analysis of how protective techniques functioned. His attacks seemed to target not the visible manifestations of Sadayoshi's barriers, but the conceptual foundations that gave them coherence and stability. The systematic dismantling that followed was conducted with the methodical precision of someone dissecting a complex mechanism to understand its component relationships, each technique revealing additional aspects of defensive theory that could be exploited through sufficiently sophisticated assault methods. The philosophical implications of Sadayoshi's defeat were perhaps more troubling than the technical demonstration it provided, revealing someone whose understanding of Jujutsu principles exceeded that of masters who had dedicated their entire lives to theoretical study and practical experimentation. The casual commentary that Sukuna offered during their battle suggested familiarity with advanced concepts that should have required decades of careful study to comprehend, as if he possessed intuitive access to insights that other practitioners achieved only through systematic effort and scholarly discipline. The encounter with the Minamoto clan's legendary twins, whose coordinated techniques had proven capable of overwhelming opponents whose individual capabilities exceeded their own, provided additional evidence of Sukuna's ability to adapt to tactical situations that required responses to multiple simultaneous threats. The brothers' approach was based on decades of shared training that had created almost telepathic coordination between their respective techniques, allowing them to function as components of a larger strategic entity rather than merely allied individuals supporting each other's efforts. But Sukuna's counter to their coordination demonstrated understanding of group dynamics that went beyond simple tactical analysis to encompass psychological insights into how cooperative relationships functioned and could be disrupted through precise applications of pressure designed to exploit inherent tensions that existed even within the most harmonious partnerships. His technique separated them not just physically but conceptually, creating conditions where their individual strengths became liabilities that prevented effective mutual support. The systematic elimination of each brother was conducted with careful attention to ensuring that the surviving twin could observe the destruction of his partner, transforming what should have been a straightforward combat encounter into a lesson about the futility of depending on others for capabilities that should have been developed independently. The psychological torture that preceded their physical destruction revealed someone who understood that true victory required not just the elimination of immediate threats, but the complete demolition of the philosophical frameworks that had motivated resistance in the first place. It was during this period of increasingly frequent encounters with Golden Age masters that Sukuna's meeting with Ryomen occurred, an encounter that would establish the only relationship of his existence that could be characterized as approaching genuine partnership rather than simple domination of inferior entities. Ryomen's approach to their initial meeting differed fundamentally from the formal challenges and philosophical debates that had characterized his interactions with other powerful individuals, instead offering practical service that acknowledged his superiority while providing capabilities that complemented rather than competed with his own. The techniques that Ryomen demonstrated during their first encounter were unlike anything that contemporary sorcery had produced, manipulating ice and cold with precision that suggested mastery of principles that most practitioners would have dismissed as theoretically impossible or practically useless. But Sukuna's evaluation of their abilities was based not on conformity to established doctrine, but on effectiveness in achieving results that served his purposes, understanding that innovation often emerged from approaches that challenged conventional wisdom rather than refined existing methods. The cooking that Ryomen provided became the foundation of their relationship, demonstrating understanding that Sukuna's needs transcended simple nutrition to encompass aesthetic and psychological satisfaction that could only be achieved through attention to details that reflected genuine comprehension of his nature and preferences. The meals that emerged from their collaboration were not merely sustenance, but artistic expressions that acknowledged the complexity of serving someone whose consciousness operated according to principles that differed fundamentally from ordinary human psychology. But it was Ryomen's acceptance of subordinate status without resentment or ambition for advancement that truly distinguished their relationship from every other association that Sukuna had experienced during his development. Their service was characterized by competence and dedication that never crossed the boundaries into presumption or excessive familiarity, maintaining the respectful distance that allowed cooperation without compromising the hierarchical clarity that Sukuna required for psychological comfort and effective functioning. The techniques that Sukuna continued to develop during this period were increasingly refined expressions of the fundamental principles that had emerged during his early encounters with Golden Age masters, spatial manipulation abilities that achieved effects through direct reality alteration, rather than clever exploitation of natural phenomena. His dismantle technique operated by creating cutting forces that existed independently of physical media, severing targets through applications of will that bypassed normal requirements for contact or proximity. The cleave technique that complemented dismantle represented even greater sophistication in his understanding of how cursed energy could be shaped to achieve specific effects, automatically adjusting its cutting force to match the durability and defensive capabilities of whatever target it encountered. This adaptation occurred not through conscious calculation, but through intuitive understanding of how much power was required to overcome any given level of resistance, ensuring that his attacks achieved optimal efficiency, regardless of the specific challenges they faced. The philosophical framework that informed Sukuna's approach to combat during this period was characterized by absolute pragmatism that evaluated every technique and strategy purely in terms of its effectiveness in achieving desired results rather than conformity to aesthetic or moral considerations that might constrain other practitioners. His methods were neither cruel nor merciful, but simply appropriate to the elimination of whatever obstacles prevented him from pursuing his goals without interference or compromise. The reputation that began to spread throughout Japan during this period transformed abstract fear of unknown threats into concrete understanding that traditional approaches to supernatural defense were inadequate for addressing challenges that transcended normal categories of cursed energy. Manipulation. The techniques that witnesses described operated according to principles that seemed to violate basic assumptions about how power could be channeled through human consciousness, achieving effects that suggested access to capabilities that existed beyond normal limitations. The strategic responses that various organizations and individuals developed to address this growing threat revealed both the sophistication of contemporary Jujutsu theory and its fundamental inadequacy when confronted with someone whose abilities transcended the boundaries that had been established to contain and channel supernatural power. Elaborate trap designs and coordinated assault plans were developed with careful attention to exploiting theoretical vulnerabilities that should have constrained any practitioner operating within normal parameters. But Sukuna's continued success against even the most sophisticated opposition demonstrated that conventional approaches were based on assumptions about limitation and constraint that simply did not apply to his unique circumstances. His consciousness operated according to frameworks that rendered traditional tactical analysis irrelevant, while his techniques achieved results through methods that bypassed every defensive strategy that had been developed to counter known forms of cursed energy manipulation. The winter of the year 1007 marked a turning point in both Sukuna's personal development and the broader conflict that was developing between his individual power and the collective resistance of established Jujutsu society. The encounters that occurred during this period demonstrated evolution in his capabilities that transcended simple refinement of existing techniques toward genuine innovation that created entirely new categories of supernatural application. The elimination of the sacred mountain monastery that had served as a center of learning and spiritual development for over 3 centuries provided perhaps the most dramatic demonstration of how thoroughly his power had evolved beyond normal constraints. The barriers and defensive measures that protected the monastery had been refined through generations of collective effort, representing the pinnacle of contemporary understanding about how communities could be protected from supernatural threats. But Sukuna's assault on the monastery was conducted with systematic precision that revealed understanding of how complex protective systems functioned and could be dismantled through applications of force that targeted their fundamental structural principles rather than their visible manifestations. Each barrier that fell exposed additional layers of defense that were systematically analyzed and overcome through techniques that seemed to operate according to principles that transcended normal categories of cursed energy. Manipulation. The monks who attempted to defend their sanctuary demonstrated courage and technical competence that would have proven adequate against any conventional threat, their coordinated techniques, creating defensive effects that should have challenged even the most powerful individual attackers. But their efforts were rendered meaningless by power that operated according to rules that made their accumulated wisdom and carefully honed abilities irrelevant rather than simply insufficient. The philosophical discussions that Sukuna conducted with the monastery's eldest masters before their elimination revealed someone whose understanding of spiritual principles exceeded that of individuals who had dedicated their entire lives to contemplation and study of metaphysical questions. His commentary on their beliefs and practices was delivered with intellectual sophistication that demonstrated familiarity with advanced concepts, while simultaneously revealing contempt for limitations that prevented them from achieving the practical applications of their theoretical understanding. The winter that had begun with systematic elimination of individual challengers concluded with recognition that traditional approaches to containing supernatural threats were inadequate for addressing someone whose consciousness and capabilities transcended every boundary that previous generations had established to maintain order and stability within their world. The golden age of Jujutsu sorcery was drawing to a close, not through gradual decline or external conquest, but through the emergence of something that rendered its greatest achievements obsolete through simple superiority rather than innovative replacement. The King of Curses had established his dominion not through conquest of existing territories, but through demonstration that the very concepts of territory and dominion were inadequate frameworks for understanding power that operated according to principles beyond normal human comprehension. The age that would follow would be defined not by competition between masters, but by the shadow caste, by someone whose presence made mastery itself seem like a quaint limitation rather than an achievement worthy of respect or emulation. The spring of the year 1008 dawned with omens that even the most skeptical observers could not dismiss as mere coincidence or superstition, portents that spoke of fundamental changes approaching the established order with inexorable certainty. The cherry blossoms that should have heralded renewal and hope instead fell like snow mixed with blood, their petals carrying fragrances that reminded those who breathed them of funeral incense and battlefield carrion. Across the length and breadth of Japan, the most powerful families and institutions that had maintained careful balance between cooperation and competition for generations found themselves confronting intelligence reports that challenged every assumption they had developed about the nature of threats that their accumulated resources and expertise could be expected to handle successfully. The northern Fujiwara clan had reached the zenith of their influence during this period, their territory encompassing vast reaches of northeastern Japan, while their techniques had been refined through centuries of careful development and practical application against threats that ranged from mundane bandits to sophisticated Proximo Civ, cursed spirits whose malevolence had been shaped by exposure to battlefield violence and political intrigue. Their 5 empty generals represented the pinnacle of contemporary military organization applied to supernatural warfare, each master commanding specialized units whose coordination had been perfected through decades of joint training and combat experience against opponents who challenged conventional approaches to large-scale conflict resolution. The empty generals themselves were legendary figures whose individual capabilities would have qualified them for leadership positions within any organization that could have secured their services. But their true strength lay in the systematic integration of their respective specialties into a coherent strategic framework that multiplied the effectiveness of each component through careful attention to timing, positioning, and mutual support. Their techniques had been developed specifically to address the kinds of coordinated threats that individual masters, regardless of personal power, found difficult to counter through isolated action. General Fujiwara no Kiyotaka, whose mastery of barrier techniques had been acknowledged throughout the northern provinces, had spent 30 years developing defensive strategies that could protect entire armies from cursed spirit assault, while simultaneously creating opportunities for coordinated counterattacks that maximize the effectiveness of conventional weapons enhanced through cursed energy manipulation. His understanding of how large-scale protective systems functioned had been tested through campaigns against supernatural threats whose sophistication exceeded anything that previous generations had encountered. General Fujiwara no Nobuyoshi commanded forces whose mobility techniques allowed rapid deployment and tactical repositioning that could transform defensive engagements into offensive operations before opponents could adapt to changing circumstances. His cavalry units moved with speed that transcended normal limitations, their mounts enhanced through cursed energy applications that increased both physical capabilities and psychological impact on enemies unaccustomed to facing supernatural variants of conventional military forces. The third of their number, General Fujiwara no Tadamichi, specialized in siege warfare, adapted for supernatural applications. His engineers capable of constructing fortifications that could contain cursed spirits, while his siege engines could breach barriers that had been enhanced through decades of accumulated protective enchantments. His approach to warfare emphasized systematic application of overwhelming force that could reduce even the most sophisticated defenses to rubble through patient application of techniques that bypassed elegant solutions in favor of brute effectiveness. General Fujiwara no Yoshitsune had dedicated his career to intelligence gathering and reconnaissance, his network of agents providing information about supernatural threats that allowed the clan to respond to dangers before they could fully manifest their potential for destruction. His understanding of cursed spirit psychology and behavior patterns had been developed through direct observation of entities whose malevolence had been shaped by centuries of exposure to human conflict and suffering. The fifth and most feared of the empty generals was Fujiwara no Hideyoshi, whose mastery of offensive cursed energy manipulation had earned him recognition as perhaps the most dangerous individual combatant in the entire northern territories. His techniques could devastate enemy formations, while his personal combat abilities allowed him to function effectively against opponents whose individual power exceeded that of most organized units. The coordination that bound these five masters into a cohesive strategic entity represented the culmination of military theory applied to supernatural warfare, their combined capabilities creating defensive and offensive options that should have proven adequate against any conceivable threat that might emerge from the chaotic conditions that characterized contemporary Japan. Their reputation was sufficient to deter most potential aggressors, while their actual combat record demonstrated effectiveness against opponents whose power and sophistication exceeded normal categories of supernatural threat. But the intelligence reports that reached the Fujiwara leadership during the early months of 1008 described phenomena that challenged every assumption upon which their strategic planning had been based: encounters between individual sorcerers and something that operated according to principles that rendered conventional tactical analysis meaningless. The systematic elimination of Golden Age masters whose capabilities were well documented provided evidence that traditional approaches to supernatural warfare were inadequate for addressing whatever force was moving steadily northward through territories that should have provided adequate early warning of approaching danger. The decision to deploy all 5 empty generals simultaneously represented unprecedented commitment of resources that reflected both the magnitude of the perceived threat and confidence that their combined capabilities would prove sufficient to eliminate whatever individual, regardless of personal power, might challenge the established order that their ancestors had spent centuries establishing and maintaining. The strategic planning that preceded their departure involved careful consideration of every documented technique and capability that their target had demonstrated, resulting in tactical approaches that should have exploited whatever limitations or vulnerabilities that even the most powerful individual must possess. The battle that followed would be remembered not for its duration, which was measured in minutes rather than hours, but for the completeness with which it demonstrated the inadequacy of conventional approaches when confronted with power that transcended normal categories of limitation and constraint. The coordination that had been perfected through decades of joint training proved meaningless against someone whose consciousness operated according to frameworks that rendered tactical prediction impossible rather than merely difficult. General Kiyotaka's barriers, which had withstood assault from coordinated armies of cursed spirits, enhanced through battlefield exposure to human malevolence, were dismantled with casual efficiency that suggested understanding of defensive theory that exceeded his own, despite decades of specialized study and practical application. The systematic elimination of each protective layer was conducted with methodical precision that revealed not just overwhelming power, but intimate familiarity with how complex defensive systems functioned and could be overcome through applications of force that targeted their conceptual foundations rather than their visible manifestations. The mobility techniques that General Nobuyoshi employed to maintain tactical flexibility were countered through spatial manipulation that seemed to compress distance itself around his position, creating conditions where rapid movement became impossible rather than merely constrained. The cursed energy enhancement that had provided his forces with supernatural speed was rendered useless by techniques that operated according to principles beyond normal understanding of how space and time could be manipulated through human will and intention. General Tadamichi's siege engines, which had been designed to function effectively against targets enhanced through decades of accumulated protective enchantments, were eliminated through cutting techniques that severed not just their physical components, but the cursed energy systems that provided their supernatural capabilities. The destruction was so complete that no trace remained of machinery that had represented the pinnacle of contemporary engineering applied to supernatural warfare applications. The intelligence network that General Yoshitsune had spent decades developing proved useless against someone whose movements and intentions were impossible to predict through normal analytical methods, his agents providing reports that contradicted each other while failing to identify patterns that might inform tactical countermeasures. The psychological analysis that had proven effective against cursed spirits was meaningless when applied to consciousness that operated according to principles beyond normal categories of supernatural psychology. But it was the elimination of General Hideyoshi that provided the most dramatic demonstration of how thoroughly conventional approaches had been rendered obsolete by power that transcended every boundary that previous generations had established to contain and channel supernatural force. The offensive techniques that had earned him recognition as the most dangerous combatant in the Northern Territories were countered with such casual efficiency that observers struggled to understand what they had witnessed. The dismantle technique that Sukuna employed against the general operated with precision that transcended normal categories of cutting force, severing not just physical form, but the cursed energy systems that maintained structural integrity and conscious function. The effect was instantaneous and absolute, transforming one of the most feared warriors of his generation into evidence of power that could edit reality itself according to the wielder's intentions. The cleave technique that followed demonstrated even greater sophistication in its automatic adaptation to overcome whatever defensive capabilities the remaining generals attempted to deploy, adjusting its cutting force and penetration characteristics to match each target's specific vulnerabilities and resistance levels. The adaptation occurred without conscious calculation or deliberate targeting, instead reflecting intuitive understanding of how much power was required to overcome any given combination of defensive techniques and personal resilience. The Sun, Moon, and Stars squad that had been deployed to provide tactical support for the empty generals represented the elite of the clan's specialized units, warriors whose individual capabilities exceeded those of most independent practitioners, while their coordination had been refined through campaigns against supernatural threats that challenged conventional military approaches. Their techniques had been developed specifically to function effectively against opponents whose power exceeded normal parameters, creating opportunities for coordinated assault that could overwhelm even exceptional individual combatants through systematic application of overwhelming force from multiple directions simultaneously. But their deployment against Sukuna revealed the fundamental inadequacy of numerical superiority when confronted with someone whose consciousness and capabilities transcended every constraint that should have limited individual effectiveness against organized opposition. The spatial manipulation techniques that he employed created effects that rendered their coordination meaningless, separating them from each other through applications of force that compressed or expanded distance, according to tactical requirements rather than physical limitations. The elimination of the Sun Squad was conducted through applications of his domain expansion technique that created zones of absolute cutting force within which survival was impossible rather than merely difficult. The malevolent shrine that manifested around their position operated according to principles that violated normal assumptions about how cursed energy could be shaped and directed, creating sure-hit effects that bypassed every defensive technique or evasive maneuver that they attempted to employ. The Moon Squad's specialized techniques, which had been developed to function effectively during nocturnal operations against cursed spirits, whose power increased during hours of darkness, proved useless against someone whose abilities operated independently of environmental conditions or temporal limitations. Their coordination, which had been perfected through decades of shared combat experience, was disrupted through psychological techniques that exploited inherent tensions within group dynamics while simultaneously eliminating the environmental advantages upon which their tactical approaches depended. The Stars Squad represented the clan's most elite practitioners, individuals whose mastery of advanced techniques qualified them for independent operation against threats that exceeded the capabilities of larger but less specialized units. Their elimination required techniques that demonstrated understanding of high-level Jujutsu theory that exceeded their own, despite years of dedicated study and practical application, under the guidance of masters whose expertise had been acknowledged throughout the Northern Territories. The systematic destruction of each specialized unit was conducted with attention to ensuring that survivors could observe the elimination of their comrades, transforming what should have been straightforward combat encounters into lessons about the futility of depending on conventional approaches when confronted with power that transcended normal categories of supernatural capability. The psychological impact of witnessing the complete failure of techniques and strategies that had proven effective against every previous opponent was perhaps more devastating than the physical destruction itself. The Dashi pacification squad that responded to reports of the empty general's elimination represented the central government's most sophisticated attempt to address supernatural threats through systematic application of resources and expertise. that had been accumulated through centuries of administrative experience managing conflicts between various supernatural factions and human political interests. Their approach emphasized coordination between multiple specialized units whose capabilities had been refined through decades of successful operations against threats that challenged conventional military or administrative solutions. The squad's commander, Imperial Advisor Tachibana no Morinaga, possessed authority that transcended normal bureaucratic limitations, his position reflecting recognition that supernatural threats required responses that could bypass traditional constraints on resource allocation and tactical decision-making. His understanding of how cursed energy applications could be integrated with conventional administrative and military capabilities had been developed through direct experience, managing crises that tested the government's capacity to maintain order and stability in the face of challenges that exceeded normal categories of civil disturbance. The tactical doctrine that guided the squad's operations had been developed through analysis of successful interventions against supernatural threats whose power and sophistication exceeded anything that local authorities could handle independently. Their techniques emphasized systematic application of overwhelming force that could eliminate dangerous individuals or entities before they could fully manifest their potential for disruption, preventing localized problems from escalating into regional or national crises that might challenge the government's authority and effectiveness. But the encounter between the Dashi Pacification Squad and Sukuna revealed the fundamental inadequacy of administrative approaches when confronted with someone whose power transcended every boundary that had been established to contain and channel supernatural force within manageable parameters. The systematic coordination that had proven effective against previous threats was rendered meaningless by techniques that operated according to principles beyond normal understanding of how individual capabilities could be countered through organized opposition. The elimination of the squad was conducted with methodical precision that demonstrated understanding of governmental structure and function that exceeded that of most administrative specialists. Each technique targeting not just immediate tactical threats, but the organizational relationships that provided coherence and effectiveness to their coordinated approach. The destruction was so complete that no trace remained of units that had represented the pinnacle of contemporary understanding about how supernatural threats could be addressed through systematic application of accumulated expertise and resources. The Shugara clan's remnants, who had maintained their territorial authority through careful balance between accommodation and resistance to both supernatural threats and governmental pressure, represented the final organized opposition that Sukuna encountered during his systematic elimination of established power structures throughout the Northern Territories. Their survival strategies had been refined through generations of experience managing relationships with entities whose power exceeded their own, while maintaining sufficient independence to preserve their cultural identity and traditional practices. The clan's remaining elders possessed knowledge that had been accumulated through centuries of direct experience with supernatural phenomena, their understanding of cursed energy applications having been developed through practical necessity, rather than theoretical study or formal education. Their techniques reflected adaptation to environmental conditions and resource limitations that had forced innovation and efficiency beyond anything that more prosperous organizations had achieved through conventional approaches. But their accumulated wisdom and carefully developed survival strategies proved inadequate when confronted with someone whose consciousness and capabilities transcended every category of supernatural threat that their ancestors had encountered and successfully managed. The techniques that had enabled their survival against previous challenges were rendered obsolete by power that operated according to principles beyond normal understanding of limitation and constraint. The elimination of the clan's leadership was conducted with attention to ensuring that their traditional knowledge and cultural practices would be preserved only in fragmented forms that could not be reconstructed into effective opposition to his authority. The systematic destruction of their archives and training facilities demonstrated understanding that true victory required not just elimination of immediate threats, but complete demolition of the institutional frameworks that might enable future resistance to emerge from surviving remnants. The philosophical implications of these systematic eliminations were perhaps more significant than their immediate tactical results, demonstrating that individual power, when developed beyond normal constraints, could render obsolete every form of organization and coordination that had been refined through centuries of collective effort and accumulated experience. The carefully balanced relationships between families, institutions, and governmental authorities that had maintained stability throughout the Northern Territories were revealed to be dependent upon assumptions about limitation that simply did not apply to someone whose consciousness operated according to frameworks that transcended normal human understanding. The techniques that Sukuna employed during these encounters represented evolution beyond simple refinement of existing capabilities toward genuine innovation that created entirely new categories of supernatural application. His domain expansion demonstrated mastery of principles that exceeded the theoretical understanding of contemporary experts, creating effects that violated basic assumptions about how cursed energy could be shaped and directed through individual will and intention. The malevolent shrine that manifested during his most devastating attacks operated according to principles that seemed to compress infinite cutting force into finite spaces, creating zones within which survival was impossible rather than merely improbable. The sure-hit effects that characterized the domain's attacks bypassed every defensive technique or evasive strategy that had been developed to counter known forms of cursed energy manipulation, achieving results through methods that rendered conventional tactical analysis meaningless. The psychological impact of witnessing these demonstrations of overwhelming power extended far beyond the immediate casualties they produced, transforming abstract fear of unknown threats into concrete understanding that traditional approaches to supernatural defense were inadequate for addressing challenges that transcended normal categories of individual capability. The reputation that began to spread throughout Japan during this period was based not on exaggerated reports or legendary embellishment, but on documented evidence of power that operated according to principles beyond normal human comprehension. The winter of 1008 concluded with recognition that the golden age of Jujutsu sorcery had ended not through gradual decline or external conquest, but through the emergence of something that rendered its greatest achievements obsolete through simple superiority rather than innovative replacement. The techniques and strategies that had been refined through centuries of careful development and practical application were revealed to be dependent upon assumptions about limitation and constraint that did not apply to consciousness that operated according to frameworks beyond normal understanding. The King of Curses had established his dominion not through conquest of existing territories, but through demonstration that the very concepts of organized resistance and collective security were inadequate frameworks for understanding power that transcended every boundary that previous generations had established to maintain order and stability within their world. The age that would follow would be defined not by competition between masters or coordination between institutions, but by the shadow cast by someone whose presence made such arrangements seem like quaint limitations rather than achievements worthy of respect or emulation. The northern territories that had been pacified through centuries of careful balance between cooperation and competition now lay under the authority of someone whose consciousness operated according to principles that rendered meaningless every form of relationship except absolute domination and complete submission. The remnants that survived these systematic eliminations would carry knowledge of what they had witnessed into whatever future might emerge from the ruins of their carefully constructed civilization, understanding that true power recognized no boundaries except those it chose to impose upon itself through considerations that transcended normal human psychology and moral constraint. The autumn of the year 1009 arrived with ceremony and celebration that transformed the ancient capital into a tapestry of color and sound, the harvest festival representing the culmination of agricultural cycles that had sustained Japanese civilization for centuries, while providing opportunities for spiritual observance that acknowledged the delicate balance between human ambition and natural forces beyond mortal control. The festival grounds stretched across temple complexes and palace courtyards that had witnessed countless such gatherings, their sacred spaces enhanced through decades of accumulated ritual practice that had refined the boundary between ordinary celebration and genuine communion with powers that governed prosperity, fertility, and the continuation of life itself. The invitation that reached Sukuna was delivered through channels that reflected both the desperation of those who had conceived this approach and their sophisticated understanding of psychology that might motivate someone whose consciousness operated according to principles beyond normal human comprehension. The message was crafted with careful attention to language that acknowledged his superiority while avoiding presumptions that might provoke the kind of response that had characterized his encounters with those who had attempted to challenge or constrain his activities through conventional means. The imperial court's decision to extend such an invitation represented unanimous recognition that traditional approaches to managing supernatural threats had proven inadequate when applied to someone whose power transcended every boundary that previous generations had established to contain and channel forces that might otherwise overwhelm the carefully maintained stability of civilized society. The systematic elimination of the Northern Territory's most sophisticated defensive organizations had provided conclusive evidence that direct confrontation was not merely inadvisable, but actively counterproductive when dealing with consciousness that viewed opposition as justification for increasingly comprehensive demonstration of overwhelming superiority. The strategic framework that informed this unprecedented diplomatic initiative was based on careful analysis of historical precedents for managing relationships with entities whose individual capabilities exceeded those of organized institutions, understanding that accommodation and recognition might achieve results that resistance and confrontation had failed to produce. The court's advisors had studied records of successful negotiations with powerful spirits and legendary figures whose cooperation had been secured through approaches that emphasized mutual benefit rather than attempts at domination or control. But the complexity of organizing such an event was unprecedented in the festival's long history, requiring coordination between religious authorities whose understanding of proper ritual observance had been refined through centuries of tradition and political officials whose expertise in managing delicate ceremonial requirements had been tested through countless occasions where diplomatic considerations demanded perfect execution of protocols that acknowledged hierarchical relationships while avoiding implications that might prove offensive to participants whose cooperation was essential for successful completion. The preparations that preceded Sukuna's arrival transformed the capital into something approaching a stage where every element of decoration, every aspect of musical and culinary presentation, Every detail of ceremonial protocol had been calculated to demonstrate respect and acknowledgement, while avoiding presumptions about preference or expectation that might inadvertently communicate messages contrary to the invitation's intended purpose. The result was a celebration that exceeded anything in living memory for its combination of opulence and careful attention to symbolic meaning. The procession that marked Sukuna's entrance into the festival grounds was conducted with ceremonial precision that acknowledged both his status as honored guest and the understanding that his presence represented unprecedented departure from normal categories of diplomatic protocol. The crowds that gathered to witness his arrival had been carefully prepared through announcements that emphasized the historic significance of the occasion, while providing guidance about appropriate behavior that would ensure safety and barole completion. Demonstrate proper respect for someone whose power transcended normal understanding. The initial response to his physical presence was a complex mixture of awe and terror that reflected both the carefully cultivated expectations that had preceded his arrival and the immediate impact of encountering consciousness that operated according to principles beyond normal human experience. Those who had anticipated meeting someone whose appearance would correspond to legendary descriptions of supernatural malevolence instead found themselves confronting an individual whose physical perfection was matched by an aura of absolute authority that rendered meaningless every attempt to categorize him according to familiar frameworks for understanding power and its relationship to moral character. The formal presentations that marked the beginning of his participation in the festival's activities were conducted according to protocols that had been adapted from traditional approaches to honoring distinguished guests while incorporating innovations designed to acknowledge his unique status and capabilities. The offerings that were presented reflected both material wealth and spiritual significance. Items whose value derived not from their cost, but from their connection to cultural traditions and religious practices that had sustained Japanese civilization through centuries of challenge and change. The musical performances that accompanied these presentations had been composed specifically for the occasion, combining traditional melodies and instruments with innovations that attempted to create aesthetic experiences worthy of someone whose consciousness might appreciate subtleties and complexities that exceeded normal human perception. The result was harmony that transcended ordinary entertainment to approach genuine artistic achievement, sound that seemed to acknowledge both the beauty and terror that characterized his presence among mortals, whose understanding was necessarily limited by their own finite existence. But it was the culinary presentation that provided the most profound demonstration of human creativity, applied to the challenge of creating something that might satisfy appetites and preferences that exceeded normal categories of taste and satisfaction. The dishes that Ryomen had prepared represented fusion of their extraordinary abilities with ingredients and techniques that had been provided by the capital's most accomplished chefs, resulting in flavors and presentations that transcended ordinary dining to approach genuine artistic expression through edible media. The philosophical discussions that developed between Sukuna and the court's most learned scholars during the festival's ceremonial banquets revealed intellectual sophistication that exceeded their own, despite lifetimes dedicated to study and contemplation of metaphysical questions that had engaged the greatest minds of previous generations. His commentary on their beliefs and theoretical frameworks demonstrated familiarity with advanced concepts, while simultaneously revealing understanding that transcended their carefully developed systems of thought and analysis. The religious ceremonies that formed the festival's spiritual centerpiece were conducted with attention to ensuring that his participation would neither compromise the sacred nature of the observances nor create circumstances that might provoke responses contrary to the diplomatic objectives that had motivated the entire enterprise. The result was ritual that acknowledged both the traditional forms that had been refined through centuries of practice and the unprecedented circumstances created by the presence of someone whose consciousness operated according to principles beyond normal categories of spiritual authority. The crowds that gathered to witness these ceremonies found themselves participating in experiences that transcended ordinary religious observance to approach genuine encounter with forces that existed beyond normal human comprehension. The presence of someone whose power exceeded every familiar category of supernatural capability transformed routine ritual into something approaching direct communion with principles that governed existence itself rather than merely local manifestations of spiritual authority that could be approached through conventional forms of worship and supplication. But it was during the festival's climactic celebration, when inhibitions lowered by sake and excitement created conditions for spontaneous expression of emotions that formal protocol had previously constrained, that the encounter occurred which would reveal both the possibility and impossibility of genuine human connection with consciousness that had transcended normal limitations through conscious choice rather than circumstance beyond personal control. Yorozu approached him with the kind of courage that could only emerge from complete ignorance of consequences or absolute commitment to purposes that transcended personal safety and conventional wisdom about appropriate behavior in circumstances that exceeded normal social guidelines. Her decision to embrace someone whose reputation was based on systematic elimination of those who had challenged his authority reflected either profound naivety about the nature of power or sophisticated understanding that genuine connection might succeed where formal approaches had failed to achieve meaningful communication. The embrace that she offered was characterized by warmth and acceptance that seemed to acknowledge his fundamental humanity, despite evidence that his consciousness operated according to principles that rendered such concepts increasingly meaningless. Her arms encircled someone whose physical form remained recognizably human, while his presence suggested depths of experience and capability that existed beyond normal categories of mortal limitation and constraint. The moment of contact created effects that transcended simple physical touch to encompass psychological and spiritual dimensions that neither participant had anticipated or prepared for adequately. Yorozu experienced direct encounter with consciousness that operated according to frameworks so alien to normal human psychology that comprehension was impossible rather than merely difficult, while Sukuna found himself confronted with emotional generosity that offered connection without condition or expectation of reciprocal benefit. But the philosophical implications of such an offer were more disturbing to him than any challenge or threat that he had encountered during his systematic elimination of organized opposition to his authority. The possibility that genuine connection might exist without hierarchy or domination challenged fundamental assumptions about the nature of relationship and power that had informed every aspect of his development since consciousness first emerged from the primal struggle for survival that had characterized his earliest existence. Urame's intervention, though motivated by protective instincts that reflected their understanding of his psychology and preferences, served primarily to emphasize the impossibility of reconciling his nature with the kind of connection that Yorozu had attempted to offer. Their movement between him and her was conducted with efficiency that demonstrated both tactical competence and intimate knowledge of his psychological needs, creating physical separation that allowed him to process the emotional complexity of what had just occurred without immediate pressure to formulate appropriate response. The words that Yorazu spoke after being driven away revealed understanding that his rejection was not personal animosity, but fundamental incompatibility between his consciousness and the kind of relationship that required vulnerability, mutual dependence for its successful development, and maintenance. Her expression of desire to alleviate his loneliness was delivered with sincerity that transcended disappointment at his response, acknowledgement that his isolation was not chosen preference but necessary consequence of evolution that had carried him beyond the reach of normal human connection, the recognition that his loneliness was not temporary condition that might be remedied through appropriate intervention, but permanent characteristic that had been established through conscious choices about how to develop and deploy power that transcended normal limitations, created psychological pressure that threatened the fundamental stability of identity that had sustained him through every challenge he had encountered during his rise to absolute authority within the supernatural landscape of contemporary Japan. The slashing attack that terminated their interaction was conducted with precision that ensured immediate elimination while avoiding unnecessary suffering, but its symbolic significance transcended mere tactical efficiency to encompass complete rejection of philosophical framework that suggested connection and cooperation might represent viable alternatives to domination and isolation that had characterized his entire approach to relationship and power since achieving consciousness sophisticated enough to make deliberate choices about such matters. The blood that resulted from this technique served as conclusive evidence that genuine human connection was impossible for consciousness that had evolved beyond the constraints and limitations that made such relationships meaningful for ordinary individuals whose development had remained within normal parameters. The crimson that stained the festival grounds transformed celebration into memorial for possibilities that had been eliminated, not through external opposition, but through internal recognition that some forms of transcendence required permanent separation from everything that had previously provided meaning and purpose. The crowd's response to witnessing this demonstration of absolute authority was a complex mixture of horror and understanding that reflected both their immediate emotional reaction to violence and their intellectual recognition that what they had observed represented not cruelty, but necessary expression of nature that could not be altered through external pressure or internal desire for different outcomes. The silence that followed encompassed both fear and respect, acknowledgement that they had witnessed encounter between different forms of consciousness that were fundamentally incompatible rather than merely different in degree or emphasis. The festival's continuation after this incident was conducted with subdued recognition that celebration had been transformed into something approaching religious observance of forces that exceeded human comprehension rather than simple acknowledgement of natural cycles and cultural traditions that had provided structure and meaning for generations of ancestors whose understanding had been necessarily limited by their finite existence and moral constraints. The discussions that occurred among the court's advisors during the festival's final days revealed sophisticated understanding that their diplomatic initiative had achieved partial success while simultaneously demonstrating the ultimate impossibility of achieving the kind of accommodation and cooperation that they had hoped might provide foundation for stable relationship with someone whose consciousness operated according to principles beyond normal categories of political and social analysis. The tribute that was offered during the festival's concluding ceremonies represented acknowledgement of his authority while avoiding presumptions about ongoing relationship that might create expectations contrary to his fundamental nature and psychological requirements. The gifts that were presented reflected both material value and symbolic significance, offerings that demonstrated respect while accepting that genuine partnership was impossible rather than merely difficult to establish and maintain. The departure that concluded his participation in the festival was conducted with ceremonial precision that acknowledged both the historic significance of what had occurred and the understanding that such encounters were unlikely to be repeated, given the psychological and philosophical complications that had emerged, despite careful preparation and sophisticated planning designed to maximize opportunities for successful diplomatic engagement. The legacy that remained after his departure was a complex mixture of inspiration and terror that would influence Japanese cultural development for generations beyond the immediate participants. Understanding that genuine power operated according to principles that transcended normal categories of moral evaluation, while simultaneously recognizing that such power was necessarily isolated from the kinds of connection and cooperation that provided meaning and purpose for consciousness that remained within normal human limitations. The capital that had hosted the festival would never recover completely from exposure to consciousness that operated beyond normal constraints, its spiritual atmosphere permanently altered by encounter with someone whose presence had revealed both the possibility and impossibility of transcendence that maintained connection with humanity rather than rejecting it completely in favor of absolute authority that recognized no boundaries except those imposed through personal choice rather than external limitation. The King of Curses had accepted worship while rejecting love, demonstrating that some forms of power were necessarily solitary, not because connection was unavailable, but because accepting it would require fundamental alteration of identity that had been constructed through conscious rejection of everything that might constrain or limit the absolute expression of will that had become the defining characteristic of his existence and the source of capabilities that exceeded every boundary that previous generations had established to contain and channel supernatural force within manageable parameters. The winter of the year 1010 arrived with philosophical weight that transformed seasonal transition into cosmic watershed, marking not merely the passage of time, but the approach of fundamental transformation that would reshape the relationship between mortality and eternity in ways that challenged every assumption about the boundaries that separated temporary existence from permanent influence. The conversations that had begun to occupy Sukuna's contemplation during the months following the harvest festival reflected growing understanding that his current form of existence, while providing unprecedented power and authority, remained constrained by limitations that physical embodiment necessarily imposed upon consciousness that had evolved beyond normal categories of human experience and capability. The recognition that death represented not termination, but transition toward different forms of existence had emerged from philosophical discussions with scholars whose understanding of metaphysical principles exceeded that of most contemporary theorists, their insights providing frameworks for conceptualizing continuation beyond the boundaries that biological processes imposed upon individual consciousness. But the conventional approaches to transcending mortality that had been developed through centuries of religious and philosophical inquiry were inadequate for someone whose power and understanding already exceeded the limitations that such formation systems had been designed to overcome through spiritual development and moral refinement. It was during this period of contemplation and strategic planning that the approach from Kenjaku occurred, an encounter that would provide both opportunity and methodology for achieving forms of immortality that transcended traditional categories while preserving the essential characteristics that made his consciousness unique and irreplaceable. The meeting between these two extraordinary individuals was conducted with mutual recognition of capabilities and understanding that exceeded normal parameters, acknowledgement that their collaboration might produce results that neither could achieve through independent effort, regardless of personal power or accumulated wisdom. Kenjaku's reputation within the hidden networks of advanced practitioners was based not on conventional demonstrations of overwhelming force, but on sophisticated understanding of techniques and principles that operated at the precipice, intersection of Jujutsu theory and metaphysical speculation, manipulations of cursed energy that achieved effects through methods so complex and innovative that most observers dismissed them as impossible rather than merely difficult to comprehend and replicate. His mastery of body-swapping techniques represented ultimate expression of consciousness, freed from the constraints that biological limitation typically imposed upon individual development and longevity. The philosophical framework that informed Kenjaku's approach to immortality was characterized by systematic rejection of emotional and moral constraints that prevented other practitioners from pursuing innovations that required fundamental reconceptualization of identity and continuity beyond the boundaries that normal human psychology considered essential for meaningful existence. His understanding that consciousness could maintain coherence and purpose across multiple physical forms represented breakthrough that rendered obsolete traditional assumptions about the relationship between mind and body that had constrained previous attempts at achieving genuine transcendence. But the collaboration that developed between Sukuna and Kenjaku was not based on simple teacher-student dynamics or conventional alliance between individuals whose goals happened to align temporarily, but recognition of complementary capabilities and understanding that could produce innovations beyond what either could achieve through isolated effort. Sukuna's overwhelming power provided practical applications for techniques that required enormous cursed energy reserves, while Kenjaku's theoretical sophistication offered methodologies for achieving results that brute force alone could never accomplish. The process of splitting his soul into 20 distinct cursed objects represented unprecedented application of principles that had been developed through centuries of experimentation with techniques that pushed the boundaries of what was considered possible within established Jujutsu theory and practice. The systematic division of consciousness, while maintaining coherence and identity across multiple vessels, required understanding of spiritual mechanics that exceeded anything that contemporary scholars had achieved through conventional study and meditation. The fingers that would serve as containers for fragments of his essence were prepared through rituals that combined traditional approaches to cursed object creation with innovations that reflected understanding of how consciousness could be preserved and concentrated in forms that transcended normal biological limitations while maintaining the essential characteristics that made his power and identity unique among all supernatural entities that had ever existed within the Japanese archipelago. The binding vows that governed this transformation were crafted with attention to ensuring that each fragment would retain sufficient awareness and capability to influence its environment, while preventing premature manifestation that might dissipate the accumulated power before circumstances arose that would allow complete reconstitution of his original consciousness, enhanced through centuries of additional experience and development. The balance between preservation and activity required precisely calibrated restrictions that maintained coherence without imposing limitations that might prove counterproductive when opportunities for restoration eventually emerged. The philosophical implications of choosing fragmentation over conventional death were perhaps more significant than the practical advantages that such an approach would provide, representing fundamental rejection of natural cycles and boundaries that had constrained every previous generation of powerful individuals regardless of their personal capabilities or accumulated wisdom. The decision to transcend mortality through conscious division rather than spiritual evolution reflected understanding that conventional approaches to immortality were inadequate for consciousness that had already evolved beyond the limitations that such systems were designed to overcome. But the sacrifice that this transformation required was not merely physical but existential. Acceptance that immediate influence and direct interaction would be surrendered in exchange for eternal preservation and eventual restoration, under circumstances that might be more favorable for achieving goals that exceeded what was possible within the constraints of his current historical period and social context. The trade between present power and future potential represented strategic thinking that encompassed planning across temporal spans that exceeded normal human comprehension. The process of division itself was conducted with ceremonial precision that acknowledged both the unprecedented nature of what was being attempted and the cosmic significance of creating forms of existence that had never before been achieved through conscious choice rather than circumstantial necessity. The rituals that accompanied each separation were designed to ensure that essential characteristics would be preserved while allowing for enhancement and development during the centuries of dormancy that would precede eventual restoration. The first finger to be separated contained not merely cursed energy, but concentrated essence of his fundamental nature, the core characteristics that defined his approach to power and relationship compressed into form that could survive indefinitely while maintaining sufficient influence to shape its environment according to principles that reflected his consciousness and preferences. The binding vows that governed this particular fragment were crafted to ensure that it would serve as anchor for the others, providing continuity and coherence that would allow eventual reconstruction of complete identity. The systematic creation of each subsequent finger required increasingly sophisticated understanding of how consciousness could be divided without losing essential unity. Each fragment containing aspects of his capabilities and personality while remaining connected to the larger whole through bonds that transcended normal categories of spiritual relationship. The result was not 20 separate entities but components of a single consciousness distributed across multiple vessels that could function independently while maintaining underlying coherence. The cursed energy that permeated each finger was concentrated beyond anything that previous generations had achieved through conventional techniques, power that had been refined through decades of combat and contemplation, compressed into forms that could influence reality itself through proximity rather than direct manipulation. The very existence of such objects represented fundamental alteration of the supernatural landscape, creating focal points of malevolent energy that would attract and shape cursed spirit manifestations for centuries beyond their initial creation. The locations chosen for concealing these artifacts were selected through careful analysis of spiritual geography that took into account both immediate security requirements and long-term strategic considerations about how their influence might develop over time. Each hiding place was chosen to maximize the finger's impact on its environment while protecting it from discovery or destruction by individuals whose understanding was inadequate for recognizing the true significance of what they had encountered. The binding vows that prevented immediate damage while preserving their existence created conditions where the fingers would actually grow stronger over time, accumulating power through passive absorption of environmental cursed energy, while maintaining the essential characteristics that made them fragments of his consciousness, rather than merely powerful artifacts created through conventional technique. This growth would ensure that eventual restoration would result in capabilities that exceeded his original power by margins that reflected centuries of additional development. The establishment of these preservation measures required understanding of temporal mechanics that extended beyond normal Jujutsu theory into territory that bordered on manipulation of causality itself, ensuring that the fragments would remain intact and functional, regardless of historical changes that might affect the social and physical environment surrounding their hiding places. The result was a form of immortality that transcended conventional approaches through sheer sophistication of implementation, rather than reliance on traditional spiritual development. The psychological preparation required for accepting such fundamental transformation of existence was perhaps more challenging than the technical aspects of the process itself, requiring conscious choice to surrender immediate gratification and direct influence in favor of long-term preservation and eventual enhancement. The decision represented ultimate expression of strategic thinking that encompassed planning across temporal scales that exceeded normal human comprehension, while maintaining focus on goals that justified such extraordinary sacrifice. The final stage of the transformation was conducted with recognition that what was ending represented not merely individual existence, but an entire era of supernatural development. His withdrawal from active participation, marking conclusion of the golden age of Jujutsu sorcery, and beginning of period where his influence would be felt primarily through absence rather than presence. The techniques and approaches that had been developed during his active years would continue to evolve, but without the direct pressure and inspiration that his challenges had provided to contemporary practitioners. The ceremony that marked his conscious transition from active existence to preserved potential was attended only by Ryomen and Kenjaku, recognition that such moments required privacy appropriate to their cosmic significance, while avoiding complications that might arise from broader witness to transformation, that challenged fundamental assumptions about the nature of life, death, and continuity that governed normal human understanding and expectation. The words that he spoke before the final separation reflected both satisfaction with what had been achieved during his active years and anticipation of what might become possible when circumstances eventually allowed restoration under conditions that could prove more favorable for achieving goals that had been constrained by the limitations and expectations of his historical period. The legacy that he left was not merely reputation or influence, but actual fragments of consciousness that would continue to shape reality according to his will and understanding. The silence that followed his departure from active existence was profound in ways that transcended mere absence of sound, representing fundamental alteration of the spiritual atmosphere that had been shaped by his presence for over 2 decades of unprecedented influence and authority. The world that remained after his conscious withdrawal would continue to function according to patterns that had been established during his active years, but without the direct pressure and inspiration that his challenges had provided to every individual and institution whose development had been influenced by knowledge of his capabilities and expectations. The fingers that remained as evidence of his transformation would be designated by future generations as special-grade cursed objects, recognition that their power exceeded every normal category of classification, while acknowledging that their true significance could not be adequately communicated through conventional terminology or theoretical frameworks. The influence that they would exert over subsequent centuries would prove that genuine transcendence required not escape from material existence, but transformation of it, according to principles that exceeded normal limitations, while maintaining essential characteristics that made such transformation meaningful, rather than merely different. The binding vows that governed their preservation ensured that when circumstances eventually arose that would allow restoration, The consciousness that emerged would possess not merely his original capabilities, enhanced through centuries of accumulated power, but understanding that had been deepened through exposure to historical developments and social changes that had occurred during his dormancy. The result would be immortality that transcended conventional approaches through combination of preservation and growth that rendered meaningless traditional distinctions between life and death, presence and absence, individual existence, and eternal influence. The King of Curses had achieved true immortality, not through spiritual development or moral refinement, but through conscious choice to fragment himself across time and space in ways that ensured his eventual restoration under circumstances that might prove more favorable for achieving goals that had been constrained by the limitations of his original historical context. The 20 fingers that remained as evidence of this transformation would serve as seeds of his eventual return, concentrated essence of malevolence and power that would continue to influence reality according to his will, until the moment when complete restoration became possible through methods and circumstances that even his sophisticated understanding could not fully anticipate. The October afternoon of the year 2018 descended upon Sugasawa Third High School with deceptive normalcy that masked the cosmic significance of events about to unfold within its mundane corridors, the dying light filtering through classroom windows where students pursued ordinary concerns about examinations and social relationships, while remaining completely unaware that their institution housed an artifact capable of reshaping the Samination's fundamental balance between human civilization and supernatural forces that had maintained uneasy equilibrium for over a millennium of careful containment and strategic ignorance. The finger that had been stored within the school's outdoor thermometer box represented more than mere cursed object or historical artifact, its presence serving as focal point for malevolent energy that had been accumulating strength through passive absorption of environmental cursed energy, while maintaining the essential characteristics that made it fragment of consciousness, rather than simple repository of supernatural power. The binding vows that governed its preservation had ensured centuries of growth that transformed what had originally been powerful but contained influence into something approaching localized reality distortion that affected everything within its sphere of influence according to principles that reflected the will and understanding of the consciousness from which it had been separated. The occult club that had discovered and claimed the finger as centerpiece for their amateur investigations into supernatural phenomena represented exactly the kind of naive curiosity that had been anticipated by the strategic planning that had governed its original concealment. Students whose enthusiasm exceeded their understanding, while their access to institutional resources provided opportunities for the kind of experimentation that might eventually create circumstances favorable for more significant manifestation of dormant influence and capability. The members of this club approached their study of supernatural phenomena with combination of genuine fascination and adolescent desire for experiences that transcended the ordinary constraints of academic routine and social expectation. Their research methods reflecting enthusiastic amateurism rather than systematic understanding of forces whose manipulation required theoretical sophistication and practical experience that exceeded anything available through casual investigation or popular media presentations of occult topics and supernatural encounters. But it was their decision to remove the protective seal that had maintained the finger's containment that transformed their harmless curiosity into catalytic event, whose consequences would extend far beyond their capacity to comprehend or control. The breaking of barriers that had been carefully constructed to prevent premature activation creating conditions where dormant power could begin to influence reality, according to principles that had remained unchanged despite centuries of apparent inactivity and external constraint. The cursed spirits that immediately began manifesting in response to the finger's liberation were not random supernatural entities, but focused expressions of malevolent energy that had been shaped by proximity to consciousness, whose understanding of cursed spirit psychology exceeded that of most professional practitioners, their behavior and capabilities reflecting strategic purpose rather than mere instinctive response to newly available power source or territorial opportunity. The attack that followed the seal's removal was conducted with coordination that suggested intelligence and planning rather than opportunistic predation. The spirits moving through the school building with systematic precision that indicated understanding of human psychology and institutional layout rather than mere hunger for cursed energy or random malevolence toward living creatures, whose existence happened to coincide with their manifestation. The students who found themselves trapped within this supernatural crisis represented exactly the kind of innocent casualties whose suffering had been anticipated and accepted as necessary component of larger strategic objectives that encompassed goals extending far beyond immediate tactical considerations or local consequences. Their terror and confusion served dual purposes of providing emotional energy that enhanced spirit manifestation while creating circumstances that would require intervention from individuals whose capabilities exceeded normal human limitations. Megumi Fushiguro's arrival at the school represented the first significant variable that had not been completely anticipated by strategic planning that had governed the finger's original placement, his presence indicating that professional jujutsu organizations maintained surveillance and response capabilities that could potentially interfere with whatever sequence of events might emerge from the artifact's activation. His techniques and training qualified him for independent operation against supernatural threats that exceeded normal parameters, but his youth and relative inexperience created vulnerabilities that might be exploited through appropriate tactical pressure. But it was the involvement of Yuji Itadori that transformed what should have been straightforward rescue operation into cosmic watershed, whose implications would extend far beyond immediate tactical considerations to encompass fundamental questions about the nature of human potential and the boundaries that separated individual consciousness from forces that existed beyond normal categories of spiritual and psychological classification. Yuji's decision to enter the crisis zone was motivated by a combination of moral instinct and personal attachment that transcended rational calculation of odds or consequences. His commitment to protecting others, reflecting value system that had been shaped through experiences and relationships, whose significance exceeded academic achievement or social recognition. The courage that drove him toward danger, rather than safety, represented exactly the kind of psychological characteristics that had been identified as potentially suitable for serving as vessel for consciousness, whose requirements exceeded normal human capacity for accommodation and control. The physical capabilities that Yuji demonstrated during the initial stages of the crisis exceeded normal human parameters, despite complete lack of formal training in cursed energy manipulation or supernatural combat techniques. His athletic achievements, providing foundation for performance that approached superhuman levels when enhanced through adrenaline and desperate determination to protect people whose welfare had become more important than personal safety or conventional wisdom about appropriate responses to circumstances beyond normal understanding. But it was his consumption of the finger that marked the true beginning of transformation, whose consequences would reshape not merely his individual existence, but the entire trajectory of contemporary Jujutsu society and its relationship with forces that had remained dormant for centuries while accumulating power and influence through methods that transcended normal categories of supernatural development and strategic planning. The moment of ingestion was preceded by conscious choice that reflected understanding of consequences, combined with acceptance of personal sacrifice that demonstrated moral sophistication beyond his chronological age, and formal education, recognition that some circumstances required actions that transcended normal considerations of personal safety or rational self-interest, in favor of principles that gave meaning to existence regardless of individual outcome or survival. The physical transformation that accompanied the finger's integration into his system was immediate and comprehensive. Cursed energy that had been concentrated beyond normal parameters, flooding through biological systems that had been designed for entirely different kinds of power and influence, while his consciousness struggled to maintain coherence and identity under conditions that exceeded every previous experience of psychological pressure or spiritual challenge. The awakening that followed represented not mere temporary possession or external influence, but genuine incarnation of consciousness that had been preserved for over a millennium while accumulating understanding and capability through methods that transcended normal categories of individual development and strategic planning. The entity that emerged from this fusion possessed not merely Yuji's physical form enhanced through supernatural power, but access to memories and techniques that had been refined through centuries of contemplation and accumulated experience. The voice that spoke from Yuji's mouth carried authority and malevolence that transcended normal human psychology. Consciousness, whose understanding of power and relationship had been shaped through experiences that included systematic elimination of entire organizations, whose capabilities had exceeded anything that contemporary society could produce. Despite technological advancement and institutional sophistication, the casual confidence with which he assessed his new circumstances reflected familiarity with transformation and adaptation that rendered meaningless normal concerns about adjustment or accommodation to unfamiliar environments. The massacre that he immediately began planning represented not random violence or instinctive aggression, but systematic application of strategic thinking that encompassed goals extending far beyond immediate gratification or territorial expansion toward fundamental restructuring of social relationships according to principles that recognize no boundaries except those imposed through superior power and understanding. The civilians whose elimination he contemplated were not viewed as individuals with inherent value, but as obstacles whose removal would facilitate achievement of objectives that transcended normal categories of moral consideration. But the resistance that emerged from within his own consciousness marked the first indication that this incarnation would differ fundamentally from previous examples of supernatural possession or spiritual influence. Yuji's will, proving capable of maintaining coherence and asserting control, despite exposure to consciousness, whose power and sophistication exceeded anything that normal human psychology had been designed to accommodate or resist through conventional methods of identity preservation. The struggle that developed between these two forms of consciousness was conducted not through external combat or obvious manifestation of competing techniques, but through internal negotiation and assertion of authority that tested both entities' understanding of how shared existence might function when neither participant possessed clear dominance or unquestionable right to control their combined form and capabilities. Sukuna's surprise at encountering resistance reflected understanding based on previous experience with consciousness, whose individual characteristics had been overwhelmed through exposure to his presence and influence, expectation that normal human psychology would prove inadequate for maintaining independence when confronted with power that transcended every boundary that had been established to protect individual identity from external manipulation or spiritual domination. The ease with which Yuji reclaimed control after 10 seconds of supernatural influence demonstrated psychological resilience that exceeded normal human parameters, while suggesting potential for development that might eventually enable him to function effectively as conscious partner rather than merely passive vessel for power that required external direction and conscious management to achieve meaningful results rather than random destruction or strategic chaos. Megumi's reaction to witnessing this demonstration reflected professional understanding of precedents and procedures that governed responses to supernatural possession, combined with recognition that normal protocols might prove inadequate when applied to circumstances that exceeded every documented example of successful containment or elimination of similar threats to civilian safety and institutional security. The appearance of Satoru Gojo at this critical moment represented intervention by individual whose capabilities exceeded normal categories of Jujutsu mastery, while his authority within contemporary organizations provided opportunities for Amaced, developing alternative approaches to managing situations that challenged conventional wisdom about appropriate responses to supernatural threats whose complexity exceeded established protocols and theoretical frameworks. The test that Gojo devised to evaluate Yuji's unique condition was designed to provide information about both the nature of the consciousness that had taken residence within his body and his own capacity for maintaining control under conditions that deliberately created opportunities for supernatural influence to assert dominance through exploitation of psychological vulnerability or momentary distraction from conscious management of internal relationship dynamics. The second manifestation of Sukuna that resulted from this test provided additional evidence about his personality and priorities, demonstration that consciousness remained unchanged despite centuries of dormancy, while his understanding of contemporary circumstances reflected sophisticated analysis of current social and political conditions, rather than confusion or disorientation that might have been expected from someone whose active experience had been interrupted for over a millennium. The casual violence with which he approached combat against Gojo reflected confidence based on accurate assessment of his own capabilities, combined with understanding that immediate demonstration of overwhelming power might establish psychological dominance that would prevent future challenges from emerging through conventional channels or organizational responses that depended on normal categories of tactical planning and resource allocation. But Gojo's own response to this challenge demonstrated capabilities that exceeded Sukuna's initial assessment, techniques and understanding that had been developed through contemporary training methods, enhanced by institutional resources and collective knowledge that had accumulated during the centuries of his dormancy, while Jujutsu society evolved and adapted to changing circumstances and emerging threats. The 10-second limitation that governed this encounter prevented conclusive demonstration of either combatant's full capabilities, while providing sufficient evidence that future confrontations would require more comprehensive preparation and strategic planning than either had initially anticipated based on assumptions about relative power and tactical advantages that might prove less decisive than preliminary analysis had suggested. Yuji's successful reassertion of control marked establishment of pattern that would define their relationship throughout subsequent development, conscious choice to maintain individual identity and moral authority, despite access to power that exceeded normal human limitations, while accepting responsibility for consequences that might emerge from decisions made under conditions that challenged every assumption about appropriate use of supernatural capability and ethical consideration. The conversations that developed between these two forms of consciousness during their shared existence revealed fundamental differences in worldview and values that created ongoing tension while simultaneously providing opportunities for mutual influence and development that might eventually produce synthesis or resolution of conflicts that initially appeared irreconcilable through conventional methods of negotiation or compromise. Sukuna's assessment of contemporary Jujutsu society reflected understanding, enhanced through access to Yuji's memories and sensory experience combined with analytical capabilities that had been refined through centuries of strategic thinking and tactical evaluation. Recognition that current organizations and individuals possessed resources and techniques that differed significantly from those he had encountered during his original period of active influence and direct participation in supernatural conflicts. The disappointment that he expressed regarding Gojo's institutional role reflected expectation based on previous experience with power structures that had concentrated authority in individuals whose capabilities justified their dominance, understanding that effective leadership required personal strength that exceeded normal limitations rather than administrative position or collective authorization that might constrain decisive action through bureaucratic procedure or consensus-building processes. But the threat that he delivered regarding future confrontation demonstrated commitment to eventual resolution of their conflict through methods that would test both individual capabilities and institutional responses to challenges that exceeded normal categories of supernatural threat or strategic planning, understanding that temporary accommodation could not resolve fundamental incompatibility between their respective goals and worldviews regarding appropriate use of power and relationship with others. The explanation that Gojo provided to Yuji about Sukuna's historical significance and contemporary relevance served educational purpose, while simultaneously establishing framework for understanding their shared existence as component of larger conflict between forces whose resolution would affect not merely their individual fate, but the entire structure of relationships between supernatural entities and human civilization that had been carefully maintained through centuries of compromise and strategic accommodation. The vessel had awakened, and the King of Curses had returned to a world that had evolved beyond his direct experience, while retaining fundamental characteristics that made previous strategies and techniques relevant for achieving goals that transcended normal categories of individual ambition or institutional authority. The question that would define their shared existence was whether consciousness could be transformed through exposure to values and experiences that challenged assumptions developed through centuries of isolation and strategic thinking, or whether fundamental nature would prove unchangeable, regardless of circumstances or opportunities for growth and development that exceeded previous limitations and constraints. The days that followed Yuji's enrollment at Tokyo Jujutsu High were characterized by careful observation and systematic testing that aimed to establish the boundaries and possibilities of his unprecedented condition while ensuring that the consciousness he harbored could not exploit moments of inattention or institutional vulnerability to achieve manifestation that might result in consequences extending far beyond immediate casualties to encompass fundamental disruption of the delicate balance between supernatural forces and ordinary human society that had been maintained through centuries of vigilant monitoring and strategic intervention. The detention center assignment that marked his first practical examination under controlled combat conditions was selected through careful analysis of threat levels and environmental factors that would provide adequate challenge while maintaining sufficient containment to prevent catastrophic failure if his unique circumstances proved inadequate for managing the psychological pressures and spiritual temptations that accompanied exposure to genuine mortal danger, enhanced through proximity to malevolent entities whose power exceeded normal parameters. The facility itself represented convergence of institutional failure and supernatural manifestation that had created conditions where conventional approach to curse elimination would require resources and expertise that exceeded what most organizations could deploy without compromising their capacity to address other threats that emerged through ordinary channels of supernatural conflict and territorial dispute. The cursed spirit that had taken residence within its walls possessed intelligence and capability that suggested evolution beyond normal categories of spiritual development. The building's architecture had been transformed through exposure to concentrated malevolence into something approaching organic extension of the entity's consciousness, corridors and chambers serving as components of larger predatory system designed to channel victims toward encounters that would maximize both their psychological terror and the cursed energy that such terror could provide for further enhancement of already overwhelming capabilities and strategic understanding. The investigation that preceded their entry into the facility provided evidence that normal approaches to curse elimination would prove inadequate when applied to entity whose development had been accelerated through systematic consumption of human despair and institutional failure. Its techniques and tactical awareness suggesting familiarity with contemporary methods that might be deployed against it. The briefing materials indicated threat level that approached special grade classification, while environmental conditions would prevent effective withdrawal if circumstances exceeded their capacity to handle through direct confrontation. But it was the presence of ordinary civilians within the structure that created moral complexity, transcending tactical considerations. Individuals whose welfare had become dependent upon successful resolution of crisis, despite their complete ignorance of supernatural forces, whose conflict would determine whether they survived to return to families and obligations that provided meaning and purpose to existence that remained, mercifully free from direct exposure to realities that governed hidden world of cursed energy and professional violence. The technique that forced Sukuna's manifestation during their encounter with the special grade curse was not conscious decision by Yuji, but involuntary response to mortal danger that exceeded his current capabilities while threatening destruction of innocents whose protection had become more important than personal safety or maintenance of control over consciousness, that required constant vigilance to prevent unauthorized manifestation and potential catastrophe. The transition that occurred when Sukuna assumed direct control was immediate and comprehensive. Yuji's careful approach to supernatural combat, replaced by casual confidence that reflected understanding and capability developed through centuries of experience with opponents whose power and sophistication exceeded anything that contemporary training could adequately prepare someone to face. The cursed energy that began radiating from their shared form transcended normal categories of spiritual pressure to approach genuine reality distortion. But rather than engaging the special grade curse in straightforward combat that might have provided educational value regarding his current capabilities and tactical preferences, Sukuna chose instead to negotiate alliance that would serve his own strategic objectives while demonstrating contempt for the mission parameters that had brought them to this location. The conversation that developed between these supernatural entities revealed sophisticated understanding of cursed spirit psychology and political dynamics that exceeded contemporary theoretical knowledge. The offer that he extended to the curse was based on mutual recognition of power and intelligence, combined with understanding that cooperation might achieve results that individual action could not accomplish despite overwhelming personal capabilities. The target that he proposed for their joint assault was not random selection, but carefully calculated choice, designed to test specific hypotheses about Megumi's potential and psychological vulnerabilities, while creating opportunities for manipulation that might prove useful for long-term strategic objectives. The casual dismissal of the cursed spirit's initial resistance demonstrated both his overwhelming superiority in terms of raw power and his sophisticated understanding of how supernatural entities could be motivated through appropriate application of psychological pressure and strategic incentive. The domain expansion that followed this negotiation provided definitive proof that his capabilities had been preserved intact despite centuries of fragmentation and dormancy. The malevolent shrine that manifested around their position operated according to principles that transcended normal categories of Jujutsu application, creating zone of absolute cutting force that eliminated not merely physical obstacles, but conceptual barriers that might have provided protection through conventional defensive techniques or evasive strategies. The sure hit effect that characterized the domain's attacks bypassed every form of resistance that the cursed spirit attempted to deploy. The systematic dismantling of the special grade curse was conducted with methodical precision that revealed understanding of cursed spirit anatomy and vulnerabilities that exceeded contemporary knowledge, while demonstrating techniques whose sophistication suggested theoretical development that had continued during his apparent dormancy through methods that transcended normal categories of conscious study or practical experimentation. But the true significance of this encounter lay not in the demonstration of overwhelming power, but in the strategic calculation that informed his decision to retrieve and consume the additional finger that the curse had been guarding, action that indicated conscious choice to accelerate his restoration. Despite awareness that such acceleration might create complications for the vessel whose cooperation had proven unexpectedly valuable for achieving objectives that required sustained presence within contemporary institutional structures, the moment when Yuji failed to reclaim control as expected marked fundamental shift in their relationship and strategic situation. Sukuna's continued manifestation, providing opportunities for independent action that had been constrained by previous limitations, while creating circumstances that would test both his tactical capabilities and his understanding of how contemporary Jujutsu society functioned when confronted with direct challenge to established protocols and hierarchical relationships. The smile that crossed his features upon recognizing his temporary freedom reflected satisfaction that transcended immediate tactical advantages to encompass recognition that circumstances had created opportunities for pursuing goals that extended far beyond simple demonstration of power toward fundamental restructuring of relationships and expectations that might serve long-term strategic objectives whose full scope exceeded current tactical horizons. The encounter with Megumi that followed his emergence from the detention center was conducted with careful attention to evaluating the young sorcerer's capabilities and psychological characteristics, while creating conditions that would test his potential for development along trajectories that might eventually serve purposes that exceeded normal categories of educational objective or institutional training program. The removal of Yuji's heart was performed with surgical precision that ensured immediate incapacitation while avoiding permanent damage that might compromise the vessel's long-term viability. Demonstration of medical understanding that exceeded normal jujutsu training while serving tactical purpose, of preventing unwanted intervention during evaluation process that required careful observation of responses to controlled stimuli, and psychological pressure. The consumption of the second finger, while Megumi watched, provided evidence about acceleration of restoration process, while simultaneously serving as psychological warfare, designed to demonstrate both his growing power and his casual disregard for constraints that others might consider binding or morally significant. The enhancement of capabilities that resulted was immediate and noticeable, cursed energy output increasing beyond previous levels, while technique refinement reflected accumulated benefits of additional spiritual integration. The battle that ensued between these two practitioners represented first genuine test of contemporary jujutsu training against historical mastery that had been preserved and enhanced through centuries of theoretical development and accumulated understanding. Megumi's Ten Shadows technique provided tactical variety and strategic flexibility that impressed even someone whose experience encompassed encounters with the most sophisticated practitioners of previous generations. The systematic elimination of Megumi's Shikigami was conducted with appreciation for innovation and tactical creativity that had been developed during centuries of his absence. Recognition that contemporary training methods had produced capabilities, an understanding that differed significantly from historical precedents, while maintaining fundamental effectiveness that justified serious attention and analytical consideration. But it was Megumi's decision to summon Mahoraga that provided the most significant revelation about both his strategic thinking and his commitment to values that transcended personal survival or conventional tactical calculation, willingness to risk everything rather than accept defeat, demonstrated psychological characteristics that suggested potential for development that might eventually serve purposes that exceeded normal categories of institutional loyalty or professional obligation. The interruption that prevented completion of their encounter preserved opportunities for future development while simultaneously demonstrating Yuji's capacity for reasserting control under circumstances that should have prevented such intervention. His successful return to consciousness, occurring at precisely the moment when continued observation, would have provided additional valuable information about Megumi's capabilities and potential. The binding vow that Sukuna negotiated during their internal confrontation represented sophisticated manipulation of spiritual contract principles that had been refined through centuries of theoretical study and practical application, terms that appeared favorable to Yuji, while actually providing strategic advantages that would facilitate achievement of objectives that extended far beyond simple, temporary manifestation toward fundamental alteration of their relationship. Dynamics. The fight that determined the vow's implementation was conducted according to rules that ensured predetermined outcome while maintaining appearance of fair competition, demonstration of superior combat capability that justified terms that might otherwise have been questioned or rejected through more comprehensive analysis of potential consequences and long-term implications for their shared existence and mutual obligations. The resurrection that followed was accomplished through precise application of binding vow terms, combined with careful attention to ensuring that memory modification would prevent conscious awareness of agreements that might compromise future cooperation or create psychological barriers that could interfere with strategic objectives, requiring sustained partnership rather than constant internal conflict over fundamental questions of authority and moral responsibility. Yuji's return to consciousness was accompanied by understanding that something significant had occurred during his absence, while specific details remained inaccessible through normal recollection. Recognition that gaps in memory might indicate supernatural intervention, while practical considerations demanded focus on immediate circumstances and obligations, rather than investigation of events that might prove disturbing or psychologically destabilizing. The finger that had been concealed within Junpei Yoshino's residence represented deployment of strategic asset, designed to create circumstances that would test Sukuna's willingness to demonstrate compassion or protective instinct when confronted with suffering that could be alleviated. Through application of his capabilities, experiment in psychological manipulation that aimed to identify potential vulnerabilities or emotional connections that might be exploited for tactical advantage. The death of Junpei's mother through cursed spirit attack, facilitated by the finger's presence, provided emotional pressure designed to create circumstances where normal resistance to supernatural intervention might be overcome. Through desperate desire to prevent additional tragedy or restore losses that exceeded normal human capacity to accept or process, without psychological damage that might prove permanent, rather than merely temporary. Mahito's manipulation of these circumstances demonstrated sophisticated understanding of human psychology, combined with tactical awareness that suggested coordination with strategic planning that extended beyond individual initiative, towards systematic campaign designed to achieve objectives that required careful orchestration of multiple variables and psychological pressures applied through seemingly unrelated channels and apparently coincidental events. The desperate plea that Yuji directed towards Sukuna when Junpei's condition exceeded medical intervention represented exactly the kind of emotional vulnerability that had been anticipated and planned for through strategic deployment of cursed objects and manipulation of circumstances, moment when normal moral constraints might be overcome through overwhelming desire to prevent tragedy that exceeded normal human capacity to address through conventional means. The refusal that Sukuna delivered in response to this plea was designed to achieve multiple strategic objectives simultaneously. Demonstration of his fundamental nature, combined with psychological conditioning that would reinforce understanding about the terms and limitations that governed their relationship while preventing establishment of expectations about future cooperation that might constrain his flexibility for pursuing independent objectives. The mockery that accompanied his refusal served additional purpose of creating emotional trauma that might prove useful for future manipulation, while simultaneously testing Yuji's psychological resilience and commitment to moral principles when confronted with evidence that power sufficient to address suffering would not be deployed for such purposes, regardless of emotional plea or moral argument. The alliance between Sukuna and Mahito during this encounter represented temporary convergence of interests rather than genuine cooperation. Mutual recognition that psychological torture of their shared target served both their immediate tactical objectives while avoiding commitment to ongoing partnership that might create obligations or expectations contrary to their both respective long-term strategic planning. The warning that Sukuna delivered when Mahito's technique threatened to affect his soul demonstrated territorial instinct combined with tactical awareness that certain forms of interference could not be tolerated regardless of common solutions. Temporary alliance or convergent interest, establishment of boundaries that would govern future interaction while maintaining option for cooperation when circumstances made such coordination advantageous for achieving individual objectives. The second intervention that occurred when Mahito again attempted soul manipulation reinforced these boundaries through direct application of violence that demonstrated both capability and willingness to eliminate threats to his spiritual integrity, regardless of tactical complications or strategic, disadvantages that might result from such action, proof that some principles would be defended absolutely rather than subjected to negotiation or temporary compromise. The collection and transportation of the additional finger that concluded this encounter provided evidence that systematic deployment of cursed objects was proceeding according to strategic timeline, while creating opportunities for accelerated restoration that might eventually provide sufficient power and presence to pursue objectives that exceeded current tactical limitations and institutional constraints. The King of Curses had established pattern of behavior that would define his relationship with both his vessel and contemporary Jujutsu society. Demonstration that cooperation would be limited to circumstances that served his strategic objectives, while emotional appeals and moral arguments would be dismissed as irrelevant considerations that could not influence decisions based on calculation of power and advantage rather than sentiment or ethical obligation that might constrain pursuit of goals that transcended normal human values and institutional expectations. The evening of October 31st, 2018, descended upon Shibuya with festive atmosphere that masked the carefully orchestrated preparations for supernatural catastrophe. The district's neon-lit streets filled with costumed revelers, whose innocent celebration of ancient traditions provided perfect camouflage for movements and positioning that would soon transform one of Tokyo's most vibrant commercial centers into battlefield where the fate of contemporary Jujutsu society would be determined through systematic application of overwhelming force, combined with strategic planning that had been refined through months of careful observation and tactical preparation. The curtain that materialized around the district at precisely 7:31 in the evening was not merely barrier designed to contain supernatural conflict, but sophisticated trap that had been engineered specifically to exploit the protective instincts and institutional obligations that govern the strongest sorcerers' responses to threats against civilian populations. Understanding that moral constraints could be weaponized more effectively than direct confrontation when dealing with someone whose individual capabilities exceeded every conventional approach to supernatural warfare and strategic containment. The civilians trapped within this supernatural prison represented more than simple hostages or tactical complications, but carefully calculated pressure designed to force decisions that would prioritize their immediate safety over strategic considerations that might otherwise have informed more cautious approaches to unprecedented crisis, whose resolution would determine whether existing power structures could survive challenge from forces that had been accumulating strength and influence through methods that transcended normal categories of institutional monitoring and threat assessment. But it was the systematic coordination of cursed spirits whose individual capabilities approached special grade classification that transformed what might have been manageable crisis into existential challenge for organizations whose resources and expertise had never been tested against opposition. That combined overwhelming individual power with sophisticated understanding of contemporary tactical doctrine and institutional vulnerabilities that could be exploited through appropriate application of psychological pressure and strategic misdirection. The plan that had brought Sukuna to this moment of opportunity represented culmination of strategic thinking that encompassed not merely immediate tactical objectives, but fundamental restructuring of relationships between supernatural entities and human civilization, according to principles that recognize strength as sole legitimate basis for authority, while rejecting moral constraints and institutional traditions that prevented efficient resolution of conflicts through systematic application of overwhelming force. The feeding of fingers that occurred during the early stages of the crisis was conducted through coordination between multiple parties whose interests converged temporarily around shared objective of accelerating his restoration while maintaining sufficient tactical flexibility to pursue individual goals that might diverge significantly once immediate objectives had been achieved through methods that exceeded normal categories of supernatural cooperation and alliance formation. Jogo's subordinates, Nanako and Mimiko, approached their assigned task with combination of desperation and devotion that reflected their understanding of consequences that would follow failure to achieve objectives that had been established through strategic planning whose full scope exceeded their individual comprehension while requiring absolute commitment to implementation, regardless of personal cost or moral consideration that might otherwise constrain their actions. The single finger that they succeeded in forcing into Yuji's unconscious form provided sufficient cursed energy integration to begin process of enhanced manifestation, while their immediate elimination following this success demonstrated both tactical efficiency and fundamental disregard for loyalty or sentiment that might compromise strategic advantage through unnecessary preservation of assets whose continued existence served no purpose beyond sentimental attachment that had no place in calculations based purely on power, tactical effectiveness. The arrival of Jogo, with his accumulated collection of 10 additional fingers, represented escalation that transformed preliminary success into genuine opportunity for comprehensive restoration that would provide access to capabilities and understanding that had been preserved and enhanced through centuries of theoretical development and accumulated experience, power sufficient to pursue objectives that exceeded current tactical limitations, while establishing foundation for longer-term strategic goals whose achievement required presence that transcended temporary manifestation. The negotiation that followed Sukuna's assumption of control was conducted with mutual recognition of capabilities and limitations that informed realistic assessment of what could be achieved through cooperation versus what would require individual action and strategic planning that took into account both immediate tactical advantages and longer-term consequences that might affect pursuit of objectives, whose full scope remained subject to development, as circumstances provided opportunities for expansion and refinement. The elimination of Nanako and Mimiko was accomplished through techniques that demonstrated both overwhelming superiority and casual disregard for emotional appeals or personal loyalty that might otherwise have influenced someone whose consciousness retained connection to normal human psychology and moral consideration, proof that restoration had preserved essential characteristics while eliminating weaknesses that might have constrained effective pursuit of strategic objectives through sentiment or unnecessary compassion. The deal that he proposed to Jogo represented sophisticated understanding of cursed spirit psychology, combined with tactical awareness that individual combat could serve multiple purposes beyond simple demonstration of power, creating opportunities for evaluation of contemporary opposition, while establishing psychological dominance that would influence future interactions with entities whose cooperation might prove valuable for achieving objectives that exceeded immediate tactical considerations. The battle that ensued between these two supernatural entities provided first comprehensive demonstration of capabilities that had been preserved and enhanced through centuries of fragmentation and strategic development, techniques whose sophistication exceeded contemporary understanding, while their application revealed tactical thinking that had evolved beyond normal categories of supernatural combat toward genuine mastery of principles that governed reality itself. rather than merely clever manipulation of cursed energy according to established theoretical frameworks. The casual superiority with which Sukuna dominated their encounter was based not merely on overwhelming power, but systematic understanding of cursed spirit limitations and vulnerabilities that enabled precise exploitation of weaknesses, while avoiding expenditure of resources that might prove necessary for addressing challenges that required sustained effort rather than brief demonstration of individual capability and tactical effectiveness. The fire techniques that he deployed during their combat represented innovation that exceeded Jogo's expectations, despite specialized knowledge of thermal manipulation and combustion-based attacks, understanding of principles that transcended normal categories of elemental application, while achieving effects through methods that suggested mastery of fundamental forces rather than simple, cursed energy manipulation, enhanced through individual talent or specialized training. The maximum technique that Jogo attempted in response demonstrated both his desperation and his recognition that conventional approaches would prove inadequate against someone whose capabilities exceeded every documented example of supernatural combat effectiveness, willingness to deploy resources that exceeded sustainable levels, rather than accept defeat that might compromise not merely personal survival, but fundamental worldview regarding relative power and hierarchical relationships within cursed spirit society. But the meteor that resulted from this technique served primarily to highlight the gulf between normal, special-grade capabilities and true mastery that operated according to principles beyond contemporary theoretical understanding. Sukuna's casual survival and continued tactical superiority, demonstrating that even overwhelming demonstrations of power were inadequate when directed against consciousness that had transcended normal limitations through methods that exceeded established categories of spiritual development and strategic preparation. The psychological warfare that accompanied this demonstration was designed to break Jogo's confidence while simultaneously providing education about realistic assessment of relative capabilities and strategic position, recognition that survival and continued cooperation would require acceptance of hierarchical relationship that acknowledged absolute superiority rather than attempting to maintain illusions about equality or mutual respect that had no basis in demonstrable capability or tactical effectiveness. The domain expansion challenge that Sukuna presented revealed understanding that conventional wisdom about comparative technique effectiveness might prove inadequate when applied to someone whose mastery exceeded normal parameters, while his apparent reluctance to deploy this capability suggested strategic calculation rather than limitation or constraint that might be exploited through appropriate tactical pressure or sustained assault. The acknowledgement that he extracted from Jogo regarding domain capabilities represented psychological victory that exceeded tactical demonstration, while establishing framework for future interaction based on realistic assessment of relative positions and capabilities rather than assumptions or expectations that might prove counterproductive when circumstances required cooperation rather than competitive testing of individual strength and strategic understanding. The elimination that concluded their encounter was conducted with respect that transcended simple tactical efficiency to encompass recognition of worthy opposition and entertainment value that exceeded normal categories of supernatural interaction, acknowledgement that strength deserved recognition, even when defeat remained inevitable outcome of confrontation between entities whose capabilities differed by margins that rendered competition meaningless rather than merely difficult or uncertain. The conversation that accompanied Jogo's death provided philosophical framework for understanding their encounter within larger context of relationships between strength and meaning. Recognition that individual worth could be measured through willingness to test capabilities against superior opposition rather than simple survival or tactical success that might be achieved through careful avoidance of challenges that exceeded comfortable parameters. The tears that Jogo shed during these final moments represented emotional complexity that exceeded normal categories of cursed spirit psychology, while demonstrating that genuine respect could emerge between entities whose fundamental natures differed significantly when mutual recognition of strength and commitment created foundation for understanding that transcended typical predator-prey dynamics or competitive territorial disputes. The arrival of Ryomen marked reunion that had been anticipated since conscious fragmentation over a millennium earlier, recognition and acknowledgement of loyalty that had been preserved despite extraordinary temporal separation, and circumstances that might have justified abandonment of obligations that exceeded normal categories of service or devotional, commitment to principles and relationships that transcended immediate tactical considerations. But the sensing of Maharaga's manifestation interrupted this reunion, while providing information about strategic opportunities that required immediate attention, despite personal significance of reconnecting with consciousness, whose understanding and capabilities complemented his own, while offering support and cooperation that exceeded normal categories of alliance or temporary coordination between entities whose goals happened to align through circumstantial convergence. The instruction that he provided to Ryomen regarding preparations for complete restoration demonstrated confidence that current manifestation represented preliminary stage of longer process that would eventually provide access to full capabilities and understanding while establishing foundation for pursuing objectives that exceeded immediate tactical considerations toward fundamental restructuring of relationships and power dynamics according to principles that recognize strength as sole legitimate basis for authority. The farewell that concluded their brief interaction acknowledged both temporal constraints that limited current cooperation and anticipation of future circumstances that would provide opportunities for sustained collaboration in pursuit of goals whose achievement required resources and capabilities that exceeded what could be accomplished through individual action, regardless of personal power or accumulated understanding and strategic sophistication. The intervention in Megumi's encounter with Maharaga was motivated not by protective instinct or altruistic concern, but strategic calculation that recognized the young sorcerer's potential value for long-term objectives that required preservation of specific capabilities and psychological characteristics that might prove essential for achieving goals whose full scope remained subject to development as circumstances provided opportunities for expansion and tactical refinement. The healing that he provided was accomplished through reverse curse technique applications that exceeded contemporary understanding while serving dual purpose of preserving valuable asset and demonstrating capabilities that established psychological dominance and created conditions favorable for future manipulation and control that might prove necessary for achieving objectives that required sustained cooperation rather than simple, temporary alliance or coincidental convergence of interests. The battle against Maharaga that followed represented first encounter with opposition, whose adaptive capabilities posed genuine challenge to techniques that had proven adequate for overwhelming every previous opponent despite their individual strength or tactical sophistication. Recognition that contemporary developments had produced innovations that exceeded historical precedents while creating opportunities for testing capabilities that had been preserved and enhanced through centuries of theoretical development. The domain expansion that he deployed against this challenge demonstrated mastery that exceeded normal categories of Jujutsu application, while revealing techniques whose sophistication had been refined through sustained contemplation and, quote, strategic analysis that continued during apparent dormancy, through methods that transcended normal categories of conscious study or practical experimentation under controlled conditions. The systematic analysis that accompanied his assault on Mahoraga revealed understanding of adaptive mechanics combined with tactical flexibility that enabled development of countermeasures that exceeded the Shikigami's capacity for response despite its legendary reputation for invincibility against opponents whose techniques remained static rather than evolving in response to defensive adaptation and strategic counter-pressure. The fire technique that ultimately achieved victory represented innovation that exceeded established categories of spatial manipulation, while demonstrating integration of multiple technical approaches into unified strategic framework whose effectiveness derived from understanding of fundamental principles rather than simple application of overwhelming power, according to conventional patterns that might be anticipated and countered through appropriate preparation. The medical intervention that followed Mahoraga's elimination ensured Megumi's survival, while preserving potential for future development along trajectories that might eventually serve purposes whose achievement required capabilities and psychological characteristics that could not be replicated through conventional training or institutional development programs, regardless of resources or expertise that might be dedicated to such attempts. The return of control to Yuji was timed to provide maximum psychological impact, while ensuring that evidence of destruction would serve educational purpose regarding consequences of supernatural conflict that exceeded normal parameters. Demonstration that power differences of sufficient magnitude rendered meaningless normal categories of tactical planning and strategic preparation that depended upon assumptions about limitation and constraint that did not apply to consciousness that operated according to principles beyond contemporary understanding. The horror that Yuji experienced upon witnessing destruction that had been accomplished through techniques deployed while his consciousness remained suppressed provided exactly the kind of psychological pressure that had been anticipated and planned for. Through strategic manipulation of circumstances and timing, emotional trauma that might prove useful for future manipulation, while simultaneously reinforcing understanding about consequences that accompanied their shared existence and mutual obligations. The unsealing of cursed objects that accompanied Kenjaku's broader strategic implementation represented systematic deployment of assets that had been accumulated and preserved through centuries of careful planning and strategic positioning, resources whose activation would create circumstances favorable for achieving objectives that exceeded normal categories of supernatural ambition or territorial expansion toward fundamental alteration of relationships between human civilization and forces that existed beyond normal comprehension or institutional control. The finger that had been sealed within Yuji from birth provided final component necessary for achieving restoration that approached original capabilities while establishing foundation for pursuing goals whose achievement required presence and influence that transcended temporary manifestation or limited access to powers and understanding that had been preserved through conscious fragmentation and strategic distribution across multiple vessels and locations. The King of Curses had returned with strength sufficient to reshape contemporary supernatural landscape according to principles that recognized power as sole legitimate basis for authority while rejecting moral constraints and institutional traditions that prevented efficient resolution of conflicts through systematic application of overwhelming force, combined with strategic understanding that had been refined through centuries of contemplation and accumulated experience that exceeded normal categories of individual development or collective wisdom. The winter afternoon when Sukuna manifested his binding vow to claim Megumi Fushiguro's body marked the culmination of strategic planning that had extended across centuries of careful observation and tactical preparation, the moment when dormant consciousness finally achieved access to the perfect vessel whose inherited techniques would provide capabilities that exceeded even his original form, while offering opportunities for pursuing objectives that had been constrained by the limitations of shared existence with consciousness whose moral framework prevented efficient implementation of necessary solutions to contemporary problems requiring decisive action rather than ethical deliberation. The technique that enabled his transfer from Yuji's form to Megumi's represented unprecedented application of binding vow principles combined with understanding of soul mechanics that transcended normal categories of Jujutsu, theory, manipulation of spiritual contracts that had been refined through centuries of contemplation and analysis, while maintaining absolute precision in implementation that ensured successful transition despite resistance that might have been expected from consciousness whose individual will exceeded normal parameters for psychological resilience and identity preservation under extreme supernatural pressure. The minute of unrestricted control that he had negotiated through careful exploitation of Yuji's protective instincts provided sufficient opportunity to accomplish transformation that would have been impossible under normal circumstances. Systematic application of techniques whose sophistication exceeded contemporary understanding while achieving results through methods that bypassed every defensive measure that institutional training or natural resistance might have, provided against supernatural possession or spiritual domination by entities whose capabilities transcended normal categories of individual power. The choking technique that rendered Megumi unconscious was applied with surgical precision that ensured immediate incapacitation while avoiding permanent damage that might compromise the vessel's long-term viability. Demonstration of medical knowledge that exceeded normal jujutsu education while serving tactical purpose of preventing resistance during transfer process that required absolute cooperation from consciousness whose submission could not be achieved through negotiation or persuasion, but only through overwhelming demonstration of superior power and strategic inevitability. The finger that he forced into Megumi's system while the young sorcerer remained helpless provided cursed energy catalyst necessary for facilitating soul transfer, while simultaneously serving as anchor that would maintain connection between his consciousness and the new vessel during transition period when spiritual integration might prove vulnerable to disruption through external interference or internal resistance from host psychology, whose individual characteristics required systematic suppression rather than accommodation or synthesis. The gamble that informed his decision to harm Yuji during this process reflected understanding that binding vow terms could be exploited through technical interpretation that maintained legal compliance while achieving strategic objectives that might otherwise have been prevented through more restrictive contractual language. Demonstration of sophistication in spiritual contract manipulation that exceeded contemporary theoretical understanding, while revealing strategic thinking that encompassed multiple contingencies and alternative approaches. The laughter that accompanied his recognition of successful exploitation demonstrated satisfaction that transcended immediate tactical victory to encompass validation of strategic planning, whose complexity had required coordination of numerous variables and psychological manipulations across extended temporal framework, proof that patient preparation could overcome even carefully constructed constraints when applied by consciousness whose understanding exceeded the limitations that had informed their original construction and implementation. The moment when his consciousness achieved integration with Megumi's body marked fundamental transformation that provided access to Ten Shadows technique, while simultaneously establishing dominance over psychological framework that had previously constrained his strategic options through moral considerations and emotional attachments that could be manipulated but not eliminated through conventional methods of persuasion or psychological conditioning applied over extended periods. The physical alteration that accompanied this transition was immediate and comprehensive. Megumi's features transformed through cursed energy enhancement, while maintaining essential characteristics that preserved identity and recognition patterns that would prove useful for psychological manipulation of individuals whose emotional attachments might be exploited for tactical advantage or strategic misdirection during future encounters requiring cooperation or temporary alliance formation. The technique demonstration that followed his successful transfer showcased capabilities that combined his accumulated experience with inherited Ten Shadows mastery, Shikigami manifestation that exceeded normal parameters through application of cursed energy reserves that transcended contemporary limitations, while revealing tactical applications that had not been anticipated by original technique. Developers whose theoretical understanding remained constrained by conventional assumptions about limitation and constraint. The new that emerged from this enhanced application possessed characteristics that reflected fusion of historical mastery with contemporary technique innovation, creature whose capabilities exceeded normal Shikigami parameters, while serving as demonstration of potential that could be achieved through systematic integration of different approaches to supernatural combat and spiritual manifestation, according to principles that transcended normal categories of GAM, technique classification, and theoretical framework. The lightning attacks that this enhanced summon deployed against Maki and other witnesses served multiple purposes beyond simple demonstration of overwhelming power, creating conditions that would test contemporary sorcerers' capacity for adaptation, while simultaneously providing information about current tactical doctrine and defensive capabilities that might inform future strategic planning when circumstances required more comprehensive engagement with institutional resistance or coordinated opposition. The intervention by Hana that interrupted his initial demonstration provided opportunity for testing defensive capabilities against technique whose principles exceeded normal categories of cursed energy application. Jacob's ladder representing spiritual purification method that posed genuine threat to entities whose existence depended upon accumulated malevolence and cursed energy concentration rather than natural biological processes or conventional spiritual development. The pain that accompanied exposure to this purification technique was unfamiliar sensation that challenged assumptions about invulnerability while providing valuable information about contemporary innovations that might require specific countermeasures or tactical adjustments when facing opposition, whose capabilities exceeded normal parameters through spiritual enhancement or technique sophistication that transcended established categories of supernatural combat effectiveness. But the psychological manipulation that enabled his survival demonstrated understanding of human emotion and attachment that could be exploited through appropriate deception. His ability to mimic Megumi's personality and speech patterns, convincing Hana to lower her defenses despite warnings from Angel, whose spiritual perception should have provided adequate protection against such elementary misdirection, and tactical deception. The bite that concluded this deception served dual purposes of eliminating immediate threat while demonstrating commitment to absolute efficiency in resolving tactical problems through direct action rather than sustained engagement that might provide opportunities for adaptation or reinforcement that could complicate strategic objectives requiring swift resolution and decisive application of overwhelming force rather than prolonged conflict or negotiated settlement. The battle against Yuji that followed provided first comprehensive evaluation of the vessel's enhanced capabilities compared to previous host, whose physical characteristics had proven adequate, but not optimal for achieving full expression of techniques whose sophistication required integration with consciousness, whose understanding exceeded normal parameters for technique, mastery, and strategic application under combat conditions that demanded instant adaptation and tactical flexibility. The systematic suppression of Megumi's soul that he accomplished through controlled exposure to psychological trauma required understanding of human psychology that exceeded normal categories of manipulation or persuasion, targeting specific emotional vulnerabilities and moral attachments that could be exploited to create conditions where individual resistance would be overcome through despair rather than direct confrontation or sustained pressure that might allow recovery or adaptation. The bath ritual that Ryomen prepared for completing this psychological domination represented sophisticated understanding of spiritual mechanics combined with practical application of techniques that had been developed through centuries of experimentation and theoretical refinement. Immersion in concentrated cursed energy that would eliminate remaining traces of host consciousness while establishing complete integration between his identity and the vessel's physical and spiritual systems. The conversation with Ryomen during this process revealed both satisfaction with current tactical success and anticipation of opportunities that complete restoration would provide for pursuing strategic objectives that had been constrained by limitations of previous manifestation. Recognition that optimal vessel would enable achievement of goals whose full scope had been necessarily limited by circumstances and capabilities that no longer applied under current conditions. The decision to eliminate Yorozu represented strategic calculation that combined tactical opportunity with psychological warfare designed to complete Megumi's spiritual destruction through forced participation in murder of someone whose welfare had provided meaning and motivation for continued resistance. Demonstration that moral attachments could be weaponized more effectively than direct threats or physical pressure when circumstances required absolute submission rather than temporary cooperation. The journey to Sendai for accomplishing this objective provided opportunities for evaluation of contemporary supernatural landscape while simultaneously serving as testing ground for enhanced capabilities that combined original mastery with inherited technique innovation, travel that revealed changes in spiritual geography and institutional presence that had occurred during centuries of apparent dormancy and strategic absence from active participation in supernatural conflicts. The encounter with Ryu Ishigori that preceded his confrontation with Yorozu demonstrated both overwhelming superiority and tactical efficiency that characterized his approach to obstacles whose elimination served strategic purposes while providing minimal challenge or educational value. Proof that current capabilities exceeded normal special grade parameters by margins that rendered conventional tactical analysis meaningless rather than merely inadequate. The battle against Yorozu herself represented resolution of emotional complexity that had persisted since their original encounter over a millennium earlier. Her reincarnation within Tsumiki's body, creating circumstances where personal history intersected with strategic necessity in ways that required careful management to achieve optimal psychological impact on host consciousness, whose resistance required systematic elimination rather than simple suppression or temporary constraint. The technique applications that characterized their combat revealed evolution in his understanding that had continued during apparent dormancy through methods that transcended normal categories of conscious development, innovations that combined historical mastery with contemporary theoretical frameworks, while achieving effects that exceeded what either approach might have accomplished through independent application according to established doctrine and conventional wisdom. The elimination of Yorozu through systematic deployment of Ten Shadows technique served multiple strategic objectives simultaneously, demonstrating mastery of inherited capabilities, while creating circumstances that would force Megumi's consciousness to witness destruction of his sister through techniques whose deployment required his body and spiritual energy, psychological torture that exceeded physical violence in its capacity for creating permanent trauma and identity dissolution. The method of killing that he employed ensured that Megumi would understand his direct responsibility for Tsumiki's death, despite lack of conscious control over actions that resulted in her elimination. Technique application that created maximum psychological impact, while demonstrating that moral attachments and protective instincts could be transformed into weapons whose effectiveness exceeded direct threats or physical intimidation, when circumstances required complete submission rather than temporary accommodation. The sinking of Megumi's soul that resulted from this trauma achieved strategic objective of eliminating resistance while preserving vessel integrity and inherited capabilities, host consciousness retreating into psychological depths, where continued existence would not interfere with technique, application, or strategic decision-making that required absolute authority and unified purpose, rather than internal conflict or moral deliberation that might compromise tactical effectiveness. The consumption of remaining fingers that followed this psychological victory provided cursed energy integration necessary for approaching original capabilities, while establishing foundation for pursuing objectives whose achievement required presence and influence that exceeded current limitations. Restoration that combined preserved consciousness with enhanced vessel to create combination that transcended both original form and contemporary manifestation through systematic integration of complementary strengths. The replacement of final finger with preserved physical remains from Heian era represented completion of restoration process that had required over a millennium of strategic planning and tactical preparation. Reunification of consciousness with original biological material enhanced through centuries of cursed energy accumulation, while maintaining essential characteristics that made his identity unique among all supernatural entities that had achieved comparable levels of power and strategic sophistication. The irony that he noted regarding this restoration process reflected philosophical understanding that had been deepened through exposure to temporal paradox and spiritual mechanics that exceeded normal categories of theoretical analysis. Recognition that complete transcendence of mortality required systematic incorporation of elements from both past existence and contemporary development, according to principles that rendered meaningless traditional distinctions between original identity and evolved consciousness. The meeting with Gojo that preceded their scheduled confrontation provided opportunity for establishing mutual understanding of stakes and expectations that would govern their ultimate battle. recognition between entities whose capabilities exceeded normal parameters, while their fundamental philosophies regarding power and responsibility remained irreconcilably opposed, despite personal respect that had developed through sustained conflict and mutual evaluation. The date that they established for final confrontation acknowledged both practical considerations regarding preparation and symbolic significance that such encounter would possess for contemporary Jujutsu society, understanding that their battle would serve as resolution not merely of personal conflict but of philosophical questions about strength and authority that had shaped supernatural landscape for generations beyond their individual existence. The true form that he achieved through integration of original consciousness with optimal vessel represented culmination of strategic planning that had encompassed objectives extending far beyond personal restoration toward fundamental restructuring of relationships between supernatural entities and human civilization. Presence that combined overwhelming individual capability with sophisticated understanding of contemporary conditions and historical precedent. The King of Curses had achieved perfect incarnation through methods that transcended normal categories of resurrection or spiritual manifestation, consciousness that retained essential characteristics while gaining access to capabilities that exceeded original limitations through systematic integration of preserved identity with enhanced vessel whose inherited techniques provided foundation for pursuing goals whose achievement would reshape the basic principles that governed supernatural existence within contemporary social and political frameworks that had evolved during his apparent absence. The dawn of December 24th, 2018, arrived with crystalline clarity that seemed to herald either divine judgment or apocalyptic resolution. Winter sunlight streaming through the skeletal branches of trees that bordered Shinjuku's urban landscape, while casting shadows whose geometric precision suggested cosmic forces, had aligned to provide perfect conditions for confrontation that would determine not merely individual supremacy but fundamental questions about the nature of power and its relationship to responsibility that had shaped human civilization since consciousness first grappled with moral complexity. The battlefield that had been prepared through careful negotiation between entities whose capabilities exceeded normal parameters represented neutral ground where technique and understanding could be tested without external interference or institutional constraint, space that acknowledged both combatant status while providing environmental conditions that would allow maximum expression of abilities that transcended contemporary categories of supernatural combat effectiveness and strategic sophistication. The amplification ritual that Yutahime had performed for Gojo provided enhancement that pushed already overwhelming capabilities beyond theoretical limits, while serving as acknowledgement that conventional approaches might prove inadequate. When confronting someone whose consciousness and techniques had been preserved and refined through centuries of contemplation and accumulated understanding, power increased that reflected institutional recognition of stakes that exceeded normal categories of conflict resolution or tactical engagement. The opening exchange that marked commencement of their battle was conducted with ceremonial precision that acknowledged both mutual respect and irreconcilable philosophical differences that had made this confrontation inevitable since their first encounter years earlier. Techniques deployed with devastating effectiveness that demonstrated capabilities refined through decades of development, while revealing strategic approaches that reflected fundamentally different understandings of how power should be applied to achieve meaningful results. The hollow purple that served as Gojo's initial attack was enhanced beyond anything he had previously achieved through conscious application of amplification, combined with understanding that this encounter would require everything he had developed throughout his extraordinary career: spatial manipulation that achieved 200% normal effectiveness while serving a statement of intent regarding commitment to decisive resolution rather than extended testing or gradual escalation that might provide opportunities for adaptation. The damage that this technique inflicted upon Sukuna's physical form provided immediate evidence that their battle would test both combatants' capabilities, while simultaneously demonstrating that overwhelming power could achieve meaningful impact, even against opponents whose defensive abilities exceeded normal categories of supernatural protection. Arm destruction that required immediate attention through reverse curse technique application, while serving psychological purpose of establishing tactical momentum and strategic initiative. But the recovery that Sukuna accomplished through systematic tissue regeneration revealed capabilities that had been enhanced through integration with optimal vessel, while maintaining essential characteristics that had been preserved through centuries of fragmentation, healing that exceeded contemporary understanding, while demonstrating reserves that suggested sustained combat would be possible despite initial damage that might have proven decisive against opponents whose restoration abilities operated within normal parameters. The domain expansion that both combatants deployed simultaneously created conditions where their fundamental approaches to reality manipulation could be tested against each other through direct confrontation rather than tactical maneuvering or strategic positioning. Barriers that represented culmination of theoretical understanding, combined with practical mastery that exceeded contemporary educational systems, while revealing philosophical frameworks that informed their respective techniques and applications. Unlimited void manifested with serene authority that reflected Gojo's understanding of infinity and information processing, while creating conditions where consciousness could be overwhelmed through exposure to complete knowledge, rather than selective destruction. Domain whose sure hit effect targeted cognitive function rather than physical integrity, while demonstrating sophisticated approach to combat that exceeded conventional categories of direct assault or overwhelming force. Application. Malevolent Shrine emerged with architectural precision that reflected Sukuna's understanding of cutting and dismantling, while establishing zone where destruction became inevitable rather than merely probable. Domain whose range exceeded Gojo's barrier, while creating conditions where defensive techniques would prove inadequate against systematic application of techniques whose effectiveness had been refined through centuries of theoretical development and practical implementation under combat conditions. The initial clash between these domains demonstrated both their sophistication and fundamental incompatibility, barriers whose internal conditions operated according to principles that rendered meaningless normal categories of defensive strategy or tactical adaptation, reality distortion that created effects exceeding normal jujutsu applications, while revealing theoretical understanding that had evolved beyond contemporary educational frameworks and institutional doctrine. The damage that Gojo sustained when Malevolent Shrine's range advantage enabled systematic assault against his barrier demonstrated that overwhelming individual technique could be countered through strategic understanding combined with environmental manipulation. Cuts that threatened fundamental integrity while requiring immediate application of reverse cursed technique to prevent damage that might compromise continued combat effectiveness and strategic options. But the simple domain that Gojo deployed to counter continued assault revealed adaptability that exceeded normal categories of tactical response, while demonstrating understanding that survival required innovation rather than reliance upon established techniques, whose limitations had been systematically analyzed and exploited through centuries of strategic planning and theoretical development by opponents whose capabilities exceeded contemporary parameters. The hand-to-hand combat that developed within their clashing domains showcased physical capabilities that transcended normal human limitations, while revealing martial arts mastery that had been refined through decades of practical application and theoretical study, exchanges that demonstrated perfect integration of supernatural enhancement with tactical understanding, while creating opportunities for technique application that exceeded what either approach might have achieved through independent implementation. The systematic destruction and reconstruction of their respective domains created conditions where adaptation and innovation became more important than overwhelming power or established mastery. Each barrier collapsed, providing information that informed subsequent manifestation, while revealing vulnerabilities that could be exploited through appropriate timing and tactical precision, rather than simple application of superior force or theoretical understanding. The nose bleeding that began to affect Gojo's domain maintenance provided evidence that even enhanced capabilities operated within constraints that could be exceeded through sustained pressure and systematic exploitation of physiological limitations. Brain damage that resulted from repeated manifestation, while revealing costs that accompanied pushing techniques beyond sustainable parameters, even when amplification provided temporary enhancement. The adaptation that Gojo achieved through modification of barrier conditions demonstrated learning that occurred during combat rather than preparation, understanding that survival required constant evolution of approach while maintaining effectiveness against opponent whose techniques continued to evolve through systematic analysis of defensive measures and tactical responses that had proven adequate against previous challenges but might prove insufficient under current circumstances. The manifestation of Mahoraga that followed Sukuna's exposure to unlimited void represented strategic innovation that combined inherited technique mastery with tactical understanding refined through centuries of contemplation. Shikigami, whose adaptive capabilities had been enhanced through his cursed energy while serving strategic purpose of providing counter to techniques whose effectiveness depended upon direct exposure and sustained application rather than brief contact or temporary influence. The realization that Megumi's soul had been used to bear adaptation burden revealed sophistication in spiritual manipulation that exceeded contemporary understanding, while demonstrating willingness to exploit consciousness whose resistance had been systematically suppressed through psychological torture and strategic pressure, technique application that achieved tactical advantage while sacrificing vessel psychology for strategic benefit that exceeded moral consideration or emotional attachment. The brain damage that prevented further domain expansion created conditions where combat effectiveness would depend upon technique, innovation, and physical capability rather than overwhelming applications of reality manipulation, limitations that affected both combatants while creating opportunities for testing approaches that had been developed through different theoretical frameworks and practical experience. The blue technique that Gojo employed for environmental manipulation demonstrated adaptability that exceeded normal categories of spatial application, while revealing understanding that tactical advantage could be achieved through creative use of basic principles rather than deployment of most sophisticated capabilities. Technique refinement that reflected years of theoretical study, combined with practical experience under combat conditions that demanded constant innovation. The black flash that he achieved during close combat provided temporary enhancement that exceeded normal physical limitations, while demonstrating integration of cursed energy manipulation with martial arts mastery, phenomenon that occurred through perfect timing and unconscious coordination rather than deliberate technique application, but whose effects provided crucial advantage during exchanges where minimal differences in capability could prove decisive. The red technique that he deployed in circular patterns around battlefield demonstrated strategic thinking that extended beyond immediate tactical considerations toward longer-term positioning and environmental control, spatial manipulation that created conditions favorable for sustained combat, while revealing understanding of how basic techniques could be enhanced through innovative application and systematic coordination with environmental factors. The purple technique that represented culmination of his spatial manipulation capabilities required preparation time that created vulnerability while offering potential for devastating effectiveness that might prove decisive against an opponent whose defensive capabilities exceeded normal parameters, combination of attractive and repulsive forces that achieved pure destruction through systematic elimination of matter rather than conventional cutting or impact-based damage. The coordination between multiple shikigami that Sukuna deployed in response demonstrated mastery of inherited technique that exceeded original parameters, while revealing tactical understanding that had been enhanced through integration with consciousness, whose combat experience spanned centuries of development and strategic refinement. Creatures whose individual capabilities had been enhanced through his cursed energy, while their coordination reflected systematic approach to overwhelming opposition through numerical superiority and tactical flexibility. The elephant technique that supplemented Mahoraga's adaptation capabilities provided additional pressure while serving strategic purpose of testing Gojo's capacity for simultaneous threat management. Creature whose mass and momentum created tactical complications, while its coordination with other summons demonstrated understanding of how inherited techniques could be enhanced through systematic application of superior, cursed energy, reserves, and theoretical sophistication. The fusion of multiple shikigami into Agito represented innovation that exceeded established categories of Ten Shadows application, while demonstrating understanding that individual techniques could be combined to create capabilities that transcended normal limitations through conscious integration. Rather than simple accumulation of separate abilities, creature whose regenerative capabilities pose genuine threat to opponent, whose stamina and cursed energy reserves operated within constraints that could be exceeded through sustained pressure. The elimination of Agito through maximum output blue demonstrated that overwhelming spatial manipulation could achieve decisive results when applied with sufficient force and precision. Technique that exceeded normal parameters while revealing reserves that suggested continued combat remained possible despite accumulated damage and energy expenditure that might have compromised effectiveness under normal circumstances. The incantations that Gojo employed to enhance red technique effectiveness revealed understanding of traditional enhancement methods, combined with innovation that pushed established principles beyond normal limitations, verbal components that increased technique power, while demonstrating integration of contemporary knowledge with historical practices that had been preserved through institutional tradition and scholarly study. The interception of Mahoraga's cancellation attempt through high-speed blue manipulation demonstrated tactical awareness that exceeded normal categories of spatial application, while revealing understanding that defensive success required prediction and prevention rather than reactive response to attacks whose effectiveness depended upon completion rather than initial deployment or sustained application. The world-cutting technique that ultimately achieved Sukuna's victory represented mastery that transcended normal categories of spatial manipulation while demonstrating understanding of reality itself rather than simple cursed energy application according to established theoretical frameworks. Attack that targeted space itself rather than objects within space while achieving effects that exceeded every defensive measure that contemporary Jujutsu theory had developed to counter known forms of cutting or slashing techniques. The precision required for this technique exceeded normal human capability, while its effectiveness demonstrated understanding of fundamental principles that governed physical reality rather than supernatural enhancement of conventional combat methods. Cutting that eliminated not merely physical integrity, but conceptual coherence, that maintained targets' existence within normal spatial relationships and causal frameworks. The respectful acknowledgement that Sukuna offered following Gojo's elimination reflected genuine appreciation for challenge that had tested capabilities while providing entertainment that exceeded normal categories of supernatural combat. Recognition that strength deserved acknowledgement, even when philosophical differences rendered cooperation impossible and strategic objectives required elimination rather than accommodation or negotiated settlement. The satisfaction that accompanied this victory was based not merely on tactical success but validation of understanding and capability that had been preserved and enhanced through centuries of theoretical development and strategic planning, proof that true mastery transcended temporal limitation while maintaining effectiveness against opposition, whose techniques and understanding represented pinnacle of contemporary development and institutional sophistication. The King of Curses had proven that individual excellence, when developed beyond normal constraints and preserved through methods that transcended conventional approaches to mortality and limitation, could overcome even the most sophisticated applications of contemporary power, while demonstrating that strength alone, when combined with understanding that approached divine authority over fundamental principles, represented ultimate authority that rendered meaningless every form of organization or coordination that depended upon assumptions about individual limitation rather than recognition of absolute capability achieved through conscious choice and systematic development. The battle that had been anticipated as ultimate test of contemporary Jujutsu society against historical supremacy had concluded with demonstration that genuine transcendence required not accommodation with existing frameworks, but their Ryomen, complete replacement according to principles that acknowledged power as sole legitimate basis for authority, while rejecting moral constraints that prevented efficient implementation of solutions to problems whose resolution required decisive action rather than ethical deliberation or institutional consensus building that prioritized process over results. The aftermath of Gojo's elimination left Shinjuku draped in unnatural silence that seemed to absorb sound itself, the kind of quiet that follows cosmic events whose implications exceed immediate comprehension, while reality struggled to accommodate changes that challenged fundamental assumptions about power, mortality, and the boundaries that separated individual capability from divine authority over existence itself. The snow that had begun to fall during their battle continued with increased intensity, each flake carrying weight that exceeded its physical mass, as if the atmosphere itself had been altered by exposure to techniques that operated beyond normal categories of spatial manipulation. Hajime Kashimo's arrival at the battlefield represented the first challenge from contemporary sorcery that would test whether Sukuna's victory over the strongest had been achieved through superior understanding or merely tactical advantage that might prove less decisive against opponents whose approaches differed fundamentally from established institutional doctrine and theoretical frameworks that had shaped Gojo's development despite his individual innovations and creative applications of inherited techniques. The anticipation that Kashimo brought to their encounter reflected decades of preparation and philosophical contemplation that had been focused specifically upon confronting someone whose reputation exceeded every documented example of individual capability. Understanding that such an opportunity might never occur again, while recognizing that failure would result not merely in death, but validation of hierarchies and power structures that his entire existence had been dedicated to challenging through systematic development of abilities that transcended normal limitations. The gift that Sukuna presented during their initial exchange revealed both respect for worthy opposition and confidence that current capabilities exceeded every possible challenge that contemporary practitioners might pose despite their individual innovations or accumulated experience. Cursed tool whose significance transcended mere tactical enhancement to encompass acknowledgement of opponent, whose dedication and understanding qualified him for recognition that exceeded normal categories of professional courtesy, strategic consideration. The Kamutoke that he offered represented artifact whose power and historical significance exceeded normal categories of cursed tool classification, while serving symbolic purpose of acknowledging combat between entities whose capabilities transcended institutional authority or collective resources that might otherwise have been deployed to address threats requiring coordinated response rather than individual confrontation between masters whose understanding approached theoretical perfection. But Kashimo's resistance to electrical enhancement revealed characteristics that had been anticipated through analysis of available intelligence, while demonstrating tactical awareness that exceeded normal categories of combat, preparation, innate immunity that transformed potential advantage into neutral factor while forcing reliance upon more fundamental applications of technique and understanding rather than exploitation of environmental advantages or supernatural tool enhancement. The systematic pressure that Kashimo applied through coordinated technique deployment demonstrated mastery that had been refined through decades of theoretical study, combined with practical experience against opponents whose capabilities exceeded normal parameters. Attacks whose timing and coordination reflected understanding of combat dynamics that challenged assumptions about individual supremacy, while forcing adaptation that exceeded normal categories of tactical response. The overwhelming effectiveness that characterized Kashimo's initial assault provided first indication that contemporary development had produced innovations whose sophistication might prove adequate for challenging historical mastery, despite obvious differences in accumulated experience and theoretical understanding. Pressure that exceeded expectations, while forcing consideration of strategic alternatives that had not been anticipated during preliminary assessment of likely opposition and tactical requirements. The transformation that Sukuna initiated in response to this unexpected challenge represented return to original form that had been preserved through centuries of fragmentation, while incorporating enhancements that had been achieved through integration with optimal vessel, physical alteration that provided access to capabilities that exceeded current manifestation, while demonstrating reserves that had been held in strategic reserve for circumstances requiring maximum effectiveness and decisive application. The true form that emerged from this transformation combined historical perfection with contemporary understanding, while revealing additional limbs and enhanced physical capabilities that transcended normal human limitations, even when enhanced through supernatural development and cursed energy, manipulation, appearance that reflected both original nature and evolution that had occurred through systematic integration of preserved consciousness, with optimal vessel, whose inherited techniques provided foundation for pursuing objectives beyond normal categories of individual ambition. The four arms that characterized this manifestation provided tactical advantages that exceeded simple numerical superiority, while enabling simultaneous technique, deployment, and defensive coordination that challenged normal approaches to combat engagement. Limb configuration that reflected optimal design for supernatural conflict, while demonstrating understanding of efficient force application that had been refined through centuries of contemplation and strategic analysis. The overwhelming superiority that he demonstrated following this transformation revealed capabilities that exceeded every previous display, while confirming understanding that individual mastery, when developed beyond normal constraints and preserved through methods that transcended conventional approaches to mortality and limitation, could achieve results that rendered meaningless contemporary innovations, regardless of their sophistication or practical effectiveness, under normal circumstances. The systematic dismantling of Kashimo's techniques was conducted with methodical precision that demonstrated both tactical superiority and analytical understanding that exceeded normal categories of combat evaluation. Each defensive response revealing vulnerabilities that could be exploited, while simultaneously providing information about contemporary theoretical development and practical application that might inform future strategic planning when circumstances required engagement with institutional opposition. The chanting that preceded his final technique application revealed integration of traditional enhancement methods with innovations that exceeded established categories of incantation effectiveness, while demonstrating understanding that maximum power required systematic preparation rather than simple application of overwhelming force, according to conventional patterns that might be anticipated and countered through appropriate defensive measures or tactical adaptation. The world-cutting technique that eliminated Kashimo represented application of spatial manipulation that had achieved perfect integration with understanding of reality itself, rather than simple cursed energy enhancement of conventional cutting methods. Attack, whose effectiveness transcended normal categories of defensive possibility, while serving as demonstration that true mastery operated according to principles beyond contemporary theoretical comprehension or institutional development. The respectful acknowledgement that he offered following Kashimo's elimination reflected genuine appreciation for challenge that had tested current capabilities, while providing validation that restoration had preserved essential characteristics that made confrontation meaningful rather than simple demonstration of overwhelming superiority against opposition whose inadequacy rendered victory meaningless rather than satisfying. The arrival of Yuji and Higuruma marked transition from individual challenge to coordinated assault that would test his capacity for managing multiple simultaneous threats, whose techniques and strategic approaches represented culmination of contemporary Jujutsu education combined with innovation that exceeded established institutional doctrine and theoretical frameworks that had shaped previous generations of practitioner development. The judicial domain that Higuruma deployed represented unprecedented application of cursed technique principles that exceeded normal categories of reality manipulation, while creating conditions where combat effectiveness would be determined through legal argument rather than physical superiority. Innovative approach that challenged assumptions about how supernatural conflict could be resolved through creative application of theoretical understanding combined with strategic insight. The trial that ensued within this domain provided opportunity for analyzing contemporary understanding of justice and responsibility, while simultaneously testing his capacity for functioning effectively under conditions that constrained normal tactical options through systematic application of principles that operated according to frameworks beyond conventional combat engagement or direct technique deployment. The evidence that was presented during these proceedings revealed sophisticated analysis of his actions and motivations, while demonstrating institutional capability for documentation and strategic planning that exceeded normal categories of organizational effectiveness. Legal argument that acknowledged both his individual responsibility and circumstances that had influenced decision-making processes throughout extended period of supernatural conflict and strategic development. The death sentence that resulted from judicial evaluation reflected understanding that conventional approaches to conflict resolution were inadequate when applied to entities whose capabilities and consciousness transcended normal categories of limitation and moral constraint. Legal framework that acknowledged both his guilt and practical necessity of elimination through methods that exceeded normal categories of punishment or rehabilitation. But the confiscation that accompanied this sentence provided tactical opportunity that had been anticipated through analysis of domain mechanics and legal principles that govern technique implementation. Executioner's sword representing weapon whose effectiveness might prove adequate for achieving decisive results despite his overwhelming superiority in direct combat engagement through conventional methods and established tactical approaches. The coordinated assault that followed judicial proceedings demonstrated understanding that individual technique effectiveness could be enhanced through systematic cooperation and strategic timing that created opportunities for decisive intervention while preventing adaptation or defensive response that might neutralize advantages achieved through careful planning and resource coordination. The systematic elimination of supporting sorcerers was conducted with efficiency that demonstrated both tactical superiority and strategic understanding that individual threats could be addressed through appropriate application of force, while maintaining focus upon primary objectives that required sustained attention rather than dispersion of effort across multiple simultaneous challenges whose resolution might prove counterproductive for achieving desired results. The growth that he acknowledged in contemporary practitioners reflected genuine appreciation for development that had occurred during his absence, while simultaneously demonstrating that such advancement remained inadequate for challenging capabilities that had been preserved and enhanced through methods that transcended normal categories of educational achievement or institutional training programs, regardless of their sophistication or resource allocation. The executioner's sword technique that Higuruma attempted to deploy represented culmination of legal domain effects combined with physical application that should have achieved decisive results despite overwhelming disparity, individual capabilities, weapon whose effectiveness depended upon judicial authorization rather than simple tactical superiority or conventional technique mastery that might be countered through defensive measures. But the elimination of Higuruma before complete technique activation demonstrated understanding of tactical timing that exceeded normal categories of combat awareness, while revealing reserves that enabled decisive intervention despite sustained pressure and accumulated damage that might have compromised effectiveness under normal circumstances or against opposition whose coordination exceeded current parameters. The transition from individual elimination to coordinated resistance that followed marked escalation that would test his capacity for managing sustained pressure from multiple opponents whose capabilities exceeded normal parameters, while their coordination reflected institutional training and strategic understanding that had been developed specifically to address threats whose individual power transcended conventional approaches to supernatural combat and conflict resolution. The arrival of additional sorcerers whose techniques and capabilities represented contemporary Jujutsu development provided opportunity for comprehensive evaluation of current educational effectiveness and theoretical advancement, while simultaneously creating conditions that would test tactical flexibility and strategic adaptation under circumstances that exceeded normal categories of supernatural engagement or individual challenge. The systematic coordination that characterized their assault demonstrated understanding that overwhelming individual capability could be countered through appropriate application of collective resources and strategic planning that exploited temporal limitations and energy expenditure while preventing recovery or tactical repositioning that might neutralize advantages achieved through careful preparation and resource allocation. But the reserves that he demonstrated through continued effectiveness despite accumulated pressure revealed capabilities that exceeded every estimate based upon previous displays of power, while confirming understanding that true mastery required not merely overwhelming technique, but strategic thinking that encompassed resource management and tactical adaptation under circumstances that challenged normal categories of individual limitation or constraint. The binding vow implementation that he activated to maximize technique effectiveness demonstrated sophisticated understanding of spiritual contract principles, combined with tactical awareness that circumstances required systematic application of every available resource, rather than conservation of capability for future challenges whose resolution might prove impossible if current opposition achieved strategic objectives through sustained pressure and coordinated assault. The malevolent shrine that manifested with modified parameters represented adaptation that exceeded normal domain expansion limitations, while creating conditions where elimination of multiple simultaneous threats could be achieved through systematic application of cutting techniques whose effectiveness had been enhanced through binding vow restrictions that prioritized immediate results over longer-term tactical flexibility. The divine flame that concluded this domain application achieved comprehensive elimination of remaining opposition while demonstrating that overwhelming power, when applied through appropriate strategic framework and enhanced through conscious limitation of future options, could resolve complex tactical situations through decisive action rather than extended engagement that might provide opportunities for adaptation or external intervention. The arrival of Todo and continuation of resistance, despite devastating losses, provided final test of capability and strategic understanding, while revealing contemporary training effectiveness and institutional commitment that exceeded normal categories of educational achievement or collective dedication to objectives that transcended individual survival or personal advancement. The boogie-woogie technique that Todo deployed with enhanced parameters created tactical complications that exceeded normal categories of spatial manipulation while forcing adaptation that challenged assumptions about individual supremacy and tactical inevitability, position swapping that achieved effects through coordination and timing rather than overwhelming power or technique sophistication. But the recognition that Todo represented culmination of contemporary training combined with individual innovation provided both respect for worthy opposition and understanding that such development validated educational approaches while simultaneously demonstrating their ultimate inadequacy when confronted with capabilities that transcended institutional parameters, regardless of their sophistication or practical effectiveness. The King of Curses had proven through systematic elimination of contemporary opposition that individual mastery, when developed beyond normal constraints and preserved through methods that exceeded conventional approaches to mortality and spiritual development, represented ultimate authority that rendered meaningless every form of collective resistance or institutional coordination, whose effectiveness depended upon assumptions about limitation rather than recognition of genuine transcendence, achieved through conscious choice and strategic understanding. And so the chronicle of absolute malevolence draws to its inevitable close, the King of Curses having carved his legend across 1,000 years of human history, with techniques that rewrote the fundamental laws governing supernatural existence. Through birth marked by fratricide, ascension built upon systematic elimination of entire civilizations, fragmentation that transcended death itself, and restoration that exceeded every limitation mortality had dared impose, Sukuna demonstrated that true power recognizes no boundaries save those it chooses to acknowledge through strategic necessity rather than moral constraint. His reign of terror became foundation upon which contemporary Jujutsu society built its understanding of what consciousness could achieve when freed from sentiment and ethical consideration, shadow that shaped every technique and institution that emerged during centuries of his apparent absence. The students who ultimately faced him represented not mere opposition, but validation that human potential, when properly cultivated through exposure to absolute authority, could evolve toward forms that approached his own transcendence, while maintaining essential characteristics that preserved connection to values he had systematically abandoned. Rest now, wanderer through realms where might makes right, sovereign of domains where strength alone determines worthiness of continued existence. Let the malevolent shrine that defined your dominion finally close its doors, while those who survived your instruction remember that even gods can be challenged when mortals discover that love, rather than power, provides foundation for achievements that outlast individual ambition. The king sleeps at last, his lessons carved forever into hearts that chose connection over isolation. Sweet dreams, Ryomen Sukuna. Your reign has ended, but wisdom continues.